Hello, hello. What's up? So yeah, I apologize for delaying the episode. I was a bit overwhelmed last Thursday. Had some extra duties that I had to take on, and yeah, my there was a hostage that was getting released, and he got released. That was like my daughter's uncle's brother. So she was excited about that too. She has like her a phone and like her story, and she's sharing it all on her story. She's all excited. But yeah, that's about it. How's your week?
Um, Good. I worked more. I have a client who has a factory here in Eugene, and he's got about 45 employees. And I created a discount code for him for all
Oh, nice.
his employees because he asked me to, and he sent that out to his team. And so I've been meeting a lot of new, hardworking factory guys, and
To do massage therapy?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, and
sweet. That's a great deal.
yeah, and it just it feels good. Like the one guy that came a couple days ago, it was his first massage ever, and
Wow.
I love doing that, and he
Wow.
loved it. It was
Nice.
incredible for him. So,
Nice. And how's the band doing?
what band?
Hot Piss.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought I liked that name.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't name my band that, but
Oh,
I
not
do.
your band. Okay. For someone else's band.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I could pull off that vibe.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Wow, congrats. That's huge. That you got a discount code out to factory workers like that. That's
Mhm.
amazing. Yeah. Good for
Yeah,
you.
so I'm meeting new people, and I think working is the thing that feels the best right now because I just don't have a lot of creative energy. Every time I sit down to think about doing ceramics, I just feel really directionless because I still
Yeah.
don't know how I'm going to get more supplies when I run out, you know, because the
Right.
store is no longer around.
Yeah. And ordering online is not an option?
For some things it is, but I mean, one thing that I buy, you can buy wet clay, so that's
Thank you. I'll take it as a compliment.
Oh, I'm
You
glad
can
you're
buy
home.
what?
I'm glad you're home
Yeah.
and resting. Well, you can imagine how expensive it would be to ship wet clay, right?
Right, because it's heavy. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I used to live in Eastern Oregon and drive over, and I once bought half a ton,
And
and
the
drove.
dry clay doesn't work the same?
Well, no, that's the thing. I prefer dry clay, but it's
Oh,
still a I think it's either I think it's a 50-pound bag. So, I mean, even
wow.
shipping a 50-pound bag, that would last me a long time because I use the dry because I'm mixing the colors in. So I mix the
Right.
colors in the dry but then you have to make the clay and it's not good right away. It needs to sit around and like develop some
Yeah.
molds a little bit.
Right.
So you make it way ahead. But I mean, even shipping something is 50 pounds. That's kind of a big deal. It makes more sense to go
Yeah.
drive to get it. Yeah.
Right.
But some of the things like the mason stains they're like I might buy it in like a quarter-pound bag. So that's a lot. That's doable for shipping. But I don't have the money for that anyway. So
Well, once your discount codes run out and they come back for return visits, why not?
maybe, yeah, yeah. If I'm making
Yeah.
enough, then yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of ran out of inspiration. I was very, very creative for my whole life and then really intensely for about 5 years. And I just sort of don't have any ideas right now.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to make something that you want to sell either.
Yeah, that's another like just psychological transition because I was so into that routine of making things and selling things. And so then getting back in touch with making something, just for the fun of it.
Right.
I'm having a hard time locating that inspiration.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I'm just enjoying
Mhm.
doing practical things, chores and getting real things done. And um yeah, I think just like giving massages feels the best. Like making other people feel good and accomplishing basic domestic tasks feels really good.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, they figured out I know how to do computer stuff, so now I'm in charge of doing the shift duty, like the shift list
Hmm.
on what we're doing at the base. So yeah, just it's a bit rushed, I think, on Thursdays for me because I get out on Thursdays and then I have to do this. Like, not have to, I get to do this, but it still feels rushed. And the same thing on going back. I go back on Thursdays, so it's a bit pressed. A little less so though, I think, for going back. I just don't have internet.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
it feeling like overwhelming? I mean, like to
What?
do it, to do this show, like to do it on that day, or
I think
like
on
I
that
think
day. Yeah, I think on that day. Yeah, because I
so. Are
used
you?
to I used to get out and go back on like Wednesday, but then they changed it to Thursday, and it feels, yeah.
Oh, okay. So are you wanting to permanently move it to Tuesday?
I don't know. It's an option.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It works. I have an appointment next Tuesday.
Yeah,
So I would just be kind of late. So I don't know,
yeah, that's
how,
cool.
or
Yeah.
if you can get Hank to jump in, because I don't know if I would be able to be there right at the time, you know?
Yeah, I think Hank has to like schedule this in. Like he actually schedules this into his schedule. So like,
Mhm.
yeah, he needs to know. I don't know if Tuesday works for him, and I don't know. Like he might have been looking forward to Thursday, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. I had an
see.
appointment this morning and I just moved it, to next Tuesday.
Right,
So, so yeah, I could still be here, but if your internet's really spotty,
right. Yeah, yeah,
I might
that's
be like
true.
30 minutes late or something.
And the guy that gives me internet over there is coming late, so he won't be there on Thursday either.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, maybe Tuesday might be better.
Yeah, and you had talked before about potentially doing every other week. I mean, I think I just, for like selfish reasons, I was like, no, 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 people will forget
Right.
about it. 'Cause I enjoyed this. This is like
Yeah, yeah.
a social outlet for me. But I mean, it makes sense for you if it's just so much easier to do it when you're at home.
Yeah, I mean, also like it's okay for me to jump in as well. Like on the week that it's harder for me at the army, like I don't mind jumping in if you guys are okay holding the show. I just don't
Mhm.
know. Yeah, I don't know how that works out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome to come in, Jay. Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing is like an experiment on my channel. It's see how it goes.
Mhm.
It would have been interesting to see if it caught on a little bit in like our community to see you like I won't have to host it all the time. I can jump on another channel.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many people know about it. I saw you post on Facebook just maybe once or twice,
Right.
but
Yeah.
then not every week. So I don't know if people know about it.
That's okay. It doesn't bother me. People who know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Russ finally shaved the dog,
Nice.
so that's good.
Just in time for winter.
Yeah, no. Yeah, she was actually cold because she was so used to having such a big fur
Right.
coat.
Yeah. Yeah.
The shock for her. And like if you time it right, then
That's right.
you let them be puffy during the cold season.
That's right.
Last Thursday when we didn't have the show, that was a snow day here.
Oh well.
But it
So
wasn't.
everything was closed. No construction then.
No, the construction is doing a lot better. I mean, they're still here
Okay.
a lot, but because it's like high speed, so they're like fixing the lines or something. They have to come do things with
What?
the lines.
They've been there a while. Like, are they digging for oil or something? Are they?
Um, I mean, it's just some new fiber optic thing, and like a lot of it is under the ground, but then the lines the
Right.
above ground lines are going somewhere. And yeah, the other day I had a new client that was about to be here. These guys showed up and blocked right in front of my place like 5 minutes before the appointment. So
Yeah.
frustrating.
Well, yeah, it's crazy. It's been so long.
Yeah. Yeah, I try not to think about how much it maybe hurt the business, because in October I was sort of working around them and like just scheduling appointments for after I knew the crew would be gone. And I don't know how frustrating that is for my clients. One-on-one appointment things are, it's a problem. Scheduling is a problem really no matter what. I mean, you reach these limits because even though I'm available pretty much 7 days a week, if like Jenny comes on the schedule and says, "Oh, but I really needed to come Wednesday at 2:00," and then that's taken, then it's really hard. Even though I have 7 other spots available, I don't have the one that she wants, and
Right.
yeah, so you really, yeah, it's really
You
hard to keep.
do you let them book their own appointments, or they have to call you to book?
I let them book in, yeah,
Right. Yeah.
and then I have some older people, like Luddites that want to call me on the phone.
And how's the climate data, and what else was there? The climate. Well, yeah. Let's start with the climate data.
That's well, it's always been hard here, because we have we're in a valley, and the satellite that we have over us isn't very good anyway, so it is kind of a guessing game. And because of the ocean and the mountain ranges, we can't. It's not predictable. Like when I lived in Texas,
But you still get access to it. Like it wasn't taken away from you.
What happened? So I can't remember. There's been so many things. Russ explained it to me. Like, yeah, it was changed, but then we still have our local outlets,
So you still have access to it through the local outlets.
Yeah, it's just I can't remember. It's like every day is like a month. There's so many changes happening.
Right.
But that's not the most pressing concern.
Yeah, I know. That's why I started with it. Okay, what about the treasury stuff?
I think it's creepy because I don't know what they are planning, and there's no.
I don't know if they actually had a plan going in. I think they just wanted to, what do you call it? Like whistleblow on everything that's going on there. And then once they get an idea of what's going on, figure stuff out.
But they're not being very discriminating. They're just choking off the funds. I don't feel like they're carefully auditing.
No, and like that's what happened with like the Cheyenne and the tribes, right? He choked the funds to see what would happen, and then when they came and revolted, they're like, okay, let's turn this one back on. Like you pull the strings to see which hand on the puppet moves.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, I think that like there is a lot of wasteful spending, but I think it's like an oversimplification to just say that it's all frivolous, because like with the USAID thing,
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they know it's not all frivolous. That's why they're pulling on the strings to see which part of the puppet moves. And they're giving it back, like they gave back the funding to the natives.
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. That's what they said. So like they just were just checking what does this string do? Okay, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm concerned. I'm concerned. Right. I guess there's a lot of things, but the biggest concern is just like overriding the checks and balances, and the balance of power. And like I can play it out in my mind different ways that this will go.
Right.
And I think like one protection, actually, if the courts and if the checks and balances are overridden, we still have the military, and the military has vowed to protect the country and the Constitution against enemies, foreign or domestic. And so they could say, well, this administration is like a domestic threat, and they're going to protect the Constitution no matter what.
Also, if like it goes too far, all the Americans have guns, so they can revolt.
Well, that's the thing is like, at first, there were a lot of the Democratic and the liberal leaning people, they were seeing this coming, like tuned in to Project 2025 and some of the other, what's that guy's name? He's really into like techno feudalism. Can't remember his name, but like all these plans that sort of sounded like conspiracy theories, but then they're breaking into the treasury and doing these things like, oh, this really looks like what was proposed
Right.
in
The optics are bad, I guess.
But so now it's Republicans also are upset. Like, hey, wait a minute.
Oh, really?
We voted to, you know, reduce the frivolous spending and to have things more like decentralized. But we did not vote for this. Like we didn't vote to override the checks and balances or
Yeah.
you know, shit on the Constitution. And then it is hurting farmers, you know, like the USAID funding.
Right. I wonder if you can craft a narrative around it to make it seem positive as well. Like your narrative crafting on this is painting it in like a very certain light, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if like how objective that narrative crafting is. And because like obviously that's one of the things I was seeing with Trump is he's just amazing at narrative crafting and he just repeats the narrative over and over and over again until the media picks up on it and it just becomes the public narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just like an EP thing, but the authoritarian stuff freaks me out.
Yeah.
The thing about Project 2025 that freaks me out the most is the what is it, the presidential academy thing or something, where they're trying to like hire loyalists. And so and they're already like going in and interviewing a lot of the administrative people and asking them questions like, who did you vote for? Like, where does your loyalty lie? Where right now we have all these administrators that they're serving the people and they're protecting the Constitution, but they're not necessarily loyal to one president. And so if you have only presidential loyalists, then you can't change to the other side.
That's one of the big failings right now is like this kind of political system is set up with balances at play where like there's always two sides. One side can't get carried away because the other side is there, it's strong and it's resisting. And so like if you're able to overcome that resistance, then that means there's something true to what you're proposing and passing and pushing forward. But like the failure isn't really on the Republican side. The failure is on the Democrat side. They're not a proper resistance. They're like, I don't know. From everything I've seen, they're a joke at the moment.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I saw like a headline. It was a picture of Elizabeth Warren, you know, in front of a bunch of protesters, and they just looked goofy. They just looked like clowns. Like, what are you doing? Like, so I think what is going to make a change is when the two parties unite and say, like, hey, some of this isn't okay.
Maybe. That's one way.
Yeah. But like, when it's just a bunch of goofy progressives with
their the way it looks, it'll take them at least a couple cycles to get back on their feet and stop being so ridiculous. Unless there's like something that requires a consolidation and pushback, like a real push, you know. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how far they will take it, but if it does come down to people losing insurance, that will be a uniting force. You know, the pitchfork will come out if that happens. So
I mean, that's one of the weirdest things is the healthcare in the US. Like how like Trump should do an executive order and be like, okay, we are going on the metric system. That would be great. And he should do an executive order like, hey, we're actually going to get a real healthcare system that a first world country should get there done.
Yeah. It's so funny, the headlines too. It's like a sort of like a blitzkrieg kind of approach. Like, for example, on Valentine's Day, there was this headline that Trump wants to remove the rose garden, you know, our beautiful rose garden. We have this rose garden at the White House. It's just, it's a mission. There's this beautiful rose garden. So like on Valentine's Day, he's like, no, we're going to take that out. We're just going to pave it over. We're just going to have like a big slab of concrete right there. It's so offensive. And to say that on Valentine's Day, but also like don't get distracted by that, because he's saying these outrageous, stupid things to distract people, and then he's doing this other stuff that you should be more concerned about, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much of that is just like like he's serious about it, or it's just a strategy. Because really, what matters is what he ends up doing, right? Not
Right.
all the rhetoric around it. So
Mhm.
did he get rid of the rose garden or not?
No, I mean, that announcement was made, I think it was just a distraction. I mean, if he
Right.
will actually do that, who cares? I mean, I think it's petty,
It
but
is petty.
it's
Yeah.
really petty. If he were to actually do that, I think it's a distraction.
Right. Yeah. That makes more sense that it's a distraction.
It's just so ironic though, on that day, all the men buying roses for their for their girlfriends and wives, and then he's like, "Nope, no more roses."
I mean, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't really do Valentine's Day. I mean, we always eat something nice, but
I mean, his narrative is running into struggles. Like he's I wonder how he's going to do with Russia, Ukraine. He's really trying to get that solved.
yeah, but had a meeting to talk about it and Ukraine isn't invited. I mean, that's kind of
Yeah, there's
weird.
that. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, like it hasn't been solved in so long. If he's able to solve it, well, good. Like, good luck. Honestly,
Mhm.
good luck, buddy. I hope he succeeds.
Mhm.
Yeah. But apparently, Ukraine he already talked to Ukraine on the phone and stuff like that. So he's meeting with them separately. Just Ukraine's not a number one country that requires honor and respect, and going to Vladimir Putin, he needs the honor and the respect and making a big deal out of it. So yeah, Ukraine wasn't invited, but Ukraine already met with them, not just in an informal, four-way, I guess. Yeah. But I mean, it's,
Mhm.
it's a good strategy to talk to each party separately before you actually go to sit down with a deal.
Mhm.
I don't know. Sounds like the right process to me.
Do you really think the whole development of Gaza thing is going to happen, or is it just an idea?
It won't work.
It
It won't
won't.
work. But um, it's shaking a lot of leaves, and like people are quieting down now. If like the whole Ireland thing, right? So if Ireland was like, "Oh yeah, we love the Palestinians so much, we'll take them all in, like 2 million." Okay, we found a place for them. Let them go. Like they have nowhere to go. No one wants to take them in. So
Mhm.
all of like South Africa, who's like done the biggest noise and mess about like the genocide claims and all that kind of stuff. Okay, are you guys going to take the Palestinians now, like the Gazans, if they want to leave? And so yeah, like that's the challenge. It's throwing a like a moral loophole into their complaints, because now they can actually do something about it. Like if you actually believe what you say, okay, do something.
Mhm.
It's only 2 million. It's not a lot.
But so if that actually succeeded and there's like a bunch of, beachfront hotels and casinos and stuff, wouldn't that forever be a target of terrorist attacks?
No, not if it like really the only danger in that area is Gaza. So if you get everybody out of Gaza and just build it up, then there's nothing. Yeah, no, it's way far away from any other terrorist bodies. Like if you were to do it in the West Bank, where I mean, like Judea and Samaria, where like the Palestinian Authority is still there, then yeah, sure. But if he's clearing out Gaza and building stuff, yeah. But I don't think that'll work. Like, um, it's
But
like
why?
it feels like Gaza has a purpose. Like Gaza's purpose is like it's farmland. It's amazing farmland, and before it was given to the Gazans, it was creating so much produce that it was like shipping out worldwide. Like that's what the land there is really for. So building casinos and resorts and stuff like that, it doesn't seem like that's the proper use of the land. And I don't know. It seems like the land won't respond well to that kind of thing. Like the land has a mind of its own. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's kind of
Yeah,
NF. Yeah.
yeah. It has a destined purpose.
Right. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't know, it just seems to reject other purposes for it.
But why not let, like, so say if the land was going to be cultivated or hotels were going to be built, why not let the people who used to live there have those jobs?
Right? Sure.
I mean, like why do they all have to leave? I mean, I understand like the
Well, first of
dark.
all, the first stage isn't they don't have to leave. I mean, the first stage is open the borders and let them leave, the ones that want to, right?
Mhm.
And then afterwards, see what's left. See who's still there. What can you do with that population? Like I'm sure like there's going to need to be a lot of work done there and to rebuild it. So who's going to do that? Makes sense. The people who stay there and who want to rebuild it, let them do it. Sounds good to
Mm.
me.
Oh, okay. So they're maybe free to leave, but they don't have to leave.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought
But
they were gonna.
the belief is that they're so fed up of the government there and the that's the fear too of the people who are trying to support Gaza. Like if Gaza's gone, there's I don't know. Like they don't want people to leave. They want people to stay there and fight for whatever their dream is of this two-state solution thing. But maybe that's not what the people want.
Hmm.
Like letting someone be sovereign is like letting them decide their own destiny and don't force them to have this particular destiny, right? And I mean, the Palestinians here have never wanted a two-state solution. So, like, why is the world pushing that on this region? They've never wanted that. That's never been something they've ever said.
Hmm. It's also just like didn't like they had their own free will and they voted for Hamas,
Right?
right?
Yeah, there was that.
Like,
70%. Yeah, 70% of them voted for Hamas, but
yeah.
not like the other one. The other one was a good alternative. Like I don't know, the whole it was like a project. It was like, okay, let's give them their own state and see what they do with it. See what happens. Oh, they turned it into that. Big surprise.
Hmm.
So like the day that I mean, there were lots of communities uprooted there. Like they got rid of like that's one of the things. There's Arabs and in Israel, that's no problem. But there's whenever there's like a Palestinian run place, Jews can't be there. So they uprooted all the Jews, got them all out, and then I remember like the day after they started shooting rockets. Like they didn't even wait. Yeah, it was crazy. Like
Yeah.
and like yeah, it set the stage for the whole purpose of the place, like what it was going to become. It's going to become a staging ground for shooting rockets, and that's
Yeah.
what it was. Yeah, I live right next to it. That's what it was all these years.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, like
I,
there's positives to it. It forced Israel to develop the Iron Dome technology and all of that stuff.
hmm.
And now Israel's doing well. They're really wealthy because they can sell it to the rest of the world. Like missile defense is huge, and the U.S. is now going to start getting some investing in missile defense.
Yeah, they were talking about having that technology here, but I
Right.
mean, obviously the United States is huge. You couldn't
Right. Yeah.
have the whole
Right.
thing. Yeah.
Right. But so you need like also there's different kinds of missile defense, right? Sorry, I'm just going to silence my phone. I don't know. It's making a lot of noise. Yeah, there's different kinds of missile defense, but like having some of those batteries ready to deploy where you need them is not a bad idea. Like you don't have to deploy them and have them in the field, but yeah, it's I don't know. Like let's say some random place in Mexico decided to start shooting missiles into the US. So just put some of those batteries on that in that area and you're safe, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I mean it's proved to be effective and a good investment. especially with like what's been happening with Iran. Um, like I wasn't worried at all when Iran. Everyone was worried that like something was going to come through from Iran. I've been living here for all these years, and I see what the technology does, and I'm just like, no, it will be okay. There's nothing they could really send. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I just have never lived anywhere where there was actual, war. We just don't have war here.
Right. Thank God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope you don't ever have to see war there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Used to be a lot of war there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Hmm.
I mean, there is conflict on the horizon in a lot of places. Like it's been that way for a while. It seems like it's just inevitable that it either has to get diffused or dealt with at some point. It's going because yeah, it's growing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess it hit like a critical mass here first, but it's going to hit a critical mass everywhere at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is shocking, I think.
Yeah.
It feels shocking to Americans who,
Right. Also, if the tactics are proven to be successful, like if they actually succeed with their tactics, then they'll just be deployed everywhere else. It's like that meme. It's a meme, right? So, like
mm,
if you show that they're not successful, then it sort of stops them before they start. I think as well.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hope for the best. Expect plan for the worst. Isn't that the saying?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm struggling a little bit just with my NE and just thinking of different scenarios and
Yeah.
yeah, like catastrophizing a little bit.
Yeah. But I mean, they're probably most of them are not likely, right?
I don't know. I just don't know. It's hard
Okay.
to tell. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like you know, Jess um is consumed third
Right.
and she's not worried. I mean, she's she's thinking she's dealing with a lot of other things. She,
Right.
doesn't
Right.
really,
Do you
she
think
doesn't
maybe she is worried and it's in her shadow a bit? She's not aware that she's worried?
No, I think she's peripherally worried. She just has so much personal stuff going on
Right.
right now. And I was telling her, like, she was talking about that, about being consumed third and like how she's not keeping up with it. Um, and I said, you know what? Don't. Like, you're dealing with enough stuff. Like, there's nothing you can do about it, you know?
That's right. There is nothing you can do about it except for worry. Yeah.
And she was talking about maybe having some chickens. She's had chickens in the past.
Oh, cool.
But she moved into a new neighborhood where, it can be disruptive to your neighbors depending on where
To
you
have
live.
roosters crowing early in the morning. Yeah.
It's the noise, they bring
Yeah.
rats, like,
They smell bad too if you don't
and with
clean it.
with the bird flu right now, I mean, I know the big commercial lots are susceptible to that, but I mean, backyard chickens are too, if it's spreading through
Yeah.
the wild bird population,
Yeah.
so there's that. Um, so
It's
she
the
just
thing is
decided,
the bird flu would be a lot better if chickens weren't so crowded. Like it's
yeah,
spreading so fast because of how crowded they are.
yeah,
So yeah, backyard chickens are less crowded. So if it does spread, like it doesn't mean all of them will get it.
hmm
In a crowded place, it means they're all going to get it. It's
yeah.
not really an option.
She just has so many responsibilities right now. So she decided
Right.
like maybe it'd be better to focus on a garden. And I was like, yeah, there you go. Don't read the news. Just grow a good garden.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're doing. We're growing a lot of food because the food is getting a lot more expensive.
Hmm. What happened to the drill baby drill stuff? Aren't you guys supposed to start making money soon? What's all that about?
What
I
are they
haven't seen
drilling?
anything about that.
What, like drilling in Greenland or the ocean
Yeah,
floor?
no, drilling oil somewhere. Apparently, you guys have a lot of oil over there. Lots of oil reserves. No,
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's somewhere in there. Yeah. There's just so many things going on. I don't know.
it'll be
I don't.
cheaper to ship your clay
Yeah.
with cheaper gas prices.
I have no idea. There really is no clear plan. There's just a whole bunch of things going on all at once.
Yeah,
Mm,
I mean, it's part of the cycle, right? The disruption and then the rebuilding after.
yeah. Yeah, I guess if you live long enough, you see it. It's just
Yeah.
shocking, from when I was born and what I expected, I guess. I mean, there was a
Mhm.
certain level of prosperity, or maybe I was just protected from it because I was a kid.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, it's like the whole concept of the Tower of Babel. If you build a tower too high, it's going to fall over. It's just how it
mhm.
works. You can't just keep building forever. And so I don't know. It seems like this is the destruction of the tower before it gets rebuilt, sort of thing.
Well, I think I've got a couple of good years left in me, and I'm gonna get one of those Elon babies.
An Elon baby.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wanna be part of the cult.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It was weird because like I actually saw an interview with that lady. And I was like, oh, she's got some points. She's smart. She's like, engaging in an interesting discussion. And then, oh, she's an Elon baby mama. What happened? Where did that go wrong?
It's very, I don't understand the why behind all of that, but it seems sort of cultish. I mean, there's one guy and a whole bunch of different babies. Like, is he starting a new race? Like,
Yeah, I don't think so. That's just how mammals work. That's how, yeah, that's how chimp societies work. That's how nature works.
yeah.
Yeah, we can pretend to be human, but at the end of the day, we're still just monkeys in disguise. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do get that. I believe it. And men and women have different motivations. I love that book. There's a book called Sex at Dawn that really,
Okay.
explores all that. Um, that I think is
I
interesting.
haven't read it. Yeah.
And
Any
it's really,
takeaways from it?
um, I mean, one of the points was like obviously that, men have all of the motivation to have lots of children with different people.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah,
an innate motivation. Um, and then women tend to
yeah.
want the security and the stability of one, um, reliable guy that's going to
Hmm.
be loyal.
Yeah.
And so there's a
That's from the
conflict.
energy cost of reproduction. Like men don't have a high energy cost to reproduction, and women have a high energy cost to reproduction, like naturally. So it's going to be wired into our instincts to take that into account
And they need
to
protection.
optimize.
Like
Yeah,
women need protection when they're protecting a baby.
right. That too. Yeah,
They need that.
yeah.
But then, it also just talked about how we used to not live as long. And it was sort of this argument for, like an argument that, monogamy isn't so
Oh, one of those. All right.
one of those. Yeah. But
Yeah.
from like a natural history kind of, I mean, it had a lot of good points, but then when it comes down to it,
Well,
like I could
yeah. It's
see,
just funny because yeah, you can argue that we are, like I said, like we are monkeys at the end of the day, but that's why we have society and civilization and rules and laws and stuff like that to not let us fall down that route of this naturalistic behavior,
yeah.
because we are shooting our own self in the foot when we're following that.
Hmm.
We're also doing shooting ourselves in the foot when we're not making room for it and like accepting it and knowing that it exists. So it's like a double-edged sword or something like that. But yeah, so saying that like, oh, we shouldn't be monogamous is just like caving into one side of that argument. Oh, we're monkeys, right?
Yeah.
Where the tension between the two sides is what creates society and civilization, I think.
Yeah. And I think like conceptually I can understand, that maybe like the OE part of me would be kind of into it, but then ultimately it's not for me. Like around here there's a lot of what's it called? Like polyamorous people,
Mm-hmm.
like these pods of people that live together. And like when I see those, when they have healthy dynamics and it looks fun, it looks harmonious, it looks like everyone's pitching in, a whole bunch of adults, raising a whole bunch of children, it looks great. I'm like, that is great for you, but like for
Right.
me, this is too many people.
Right.
It's just it doesn't seem like a good situation for a play last person.
Yeah. I can see people starting to experiment with that and try it. And then at the end of the day, evolution wins. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I
Mhm.
suspect like most of our traditions come from a place of what worked. Like long before there was, religiosity and stuff like that, people were doing these monogamous type relationships, and that's what's been surviving. It's
Yeah.
not from an ideological place. I think it's from a place of like what works. Maybe society's changed to the point that this new thing will work now, but at the end of the day, really, evolution will decide. Yeah.
Yeah, I still have dreams all the time. I had one 2 days ago that that Russ decides to leave me and it's just done. And I can't
Uh,
believe it. Like I can't accept it. Like the one I had the other night, I had like I wanted to stay with
you
Russ.
tell these to him, by the way? Do you
Oh
share
yeah.
these with him?
Yeah,
What
yeah, I
what is
do.
his response? What's his response to that? Does he
He says that
joke
wasn't
about
me.
it?
I didn't do
Uh,
that. I didn't say that. You can't hold that against me. I don't hold it against him, but
right, right.
I do sometimes wake up a little bit insecure, but like don't leave me. Please don't leave me. you know.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but in the one I had the other day, it was like there was a brand new husband for me that gave me a place. And it was a totally made up dream character and like not even really like my type, but I was like, he's okay. And there was two stepchildren. So I had a place. It was like I had a job in the house. I was doing domestic things, which feels really comfortable. I had these two children. Um, so I had like a place to belong, but it still was just not my first choice. And I couldn't believe that,
Right,
that Russ could really decide that and lock down on it. And I think part of the fear is that because if he were to decide that, his decision would be final. It's just kind of how he is.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I don't know anything about that. That's not. Yeah.
yeah, and he's done it too. He's done it to someone else. There was another girl, Amy, like his only serious girlfriend really before me, like many, many years before me. And he decided and he just locked down and never spoke to her again. And I've asked him a few times, like, aren't you curious how she's doing? Like, why don't you look for her on Facebook? Just check in, see how she's doing. And he says, no,
Why are you really asking that question? Just wondering.
me?
Yeah.
Oh, just because that's how I am. I don't know.
Uh,
I mean, I feel like I like knowing how my past partners are.
have you
Like,
looked her up?
no, I don't. I don't think I know her last name. Oh, I mean, I
Uh,
don't. Yeah, I don't have any. I didn't have a relationship with her,
so you
so I
didn't
don't.
look her up?
No, I don't know her
Okay.
last name.
Did you
No,
try to look her up, but you figured out you don't know her last name?
no, I just don't have
Okay.
that curiosity about her
Right.
because she's not my ex girlfriend.
Right.
I don't
Yeah. Yeah.
have any like
Still.
history. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Good for you. Power
but
to
like,
you for not doing that.
oh, there's Hank. Yeah,
Hey, you and Adam?
yeah.
Nice. What up, Hank? I didn't know if you're gonna be able to make it. I'm glad you're here, buddy.
Yeah, I was trying to start getting my taxes prepared.
Oh, it's that season again.
Yeah. And it's annoying because ADP wants to protect you so much, so gives an additional protection to waste your time for when you try and get your W-2 as a in addition to just the normal one. So it's very annoying. But it's to keep you safe. So it's good for them, even though it's just a total waste of time. I have my password. I already authenticated.
I mean, this comes up way too often. You guys need to get that Estonian system. 5-minute taxes. Get Trump to sign an executive order to adopt the Estonian tax system.
We could do better than that. The IRS could just literally do it for us. So,
oh, okay.
If they can audit us to say we didn't pay enough, that means they could just do them.
How much would you pay them to do that, though? Like, you'd have to pay extra taxes for them to figure out your taxes?
If they charge less than my tax preparer does, I don't even care. In fact, even if they charge more, if it's less work for me, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Hell, even if they just take all the money and just don't refund me, I'd rather that than have them waste my time.
I think you guys need to start doing those executive order petitions and just be like, hey, petition Trump for executive orders. Make taxes better. Get the metric system going.
We can just get the metric has been going. We just need to just because all our things are made in metric, then we'll label it in English.
I know.
I think the first step, the penny may help with that, because the first step is decimalizing our money, because the penny is going out of style. They're not going to make any more money.
Been decimal the whole time.
Yeah, but the penny's 1/100th of a dollar.
Yeah,
right. But I guess what I mean is like rounding up or down, because we're not going to have pennies anymore.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
I mean, in digital currency, you might end up with like $0.00001. You know?
Yeah, and USD is always a digital currency,
right?
In the back end, they do keep track of the fractional money. So
yeah, they'll either round up higher or just not round to the penny anymore. Just not round.
By truncate.
Yeah,
and probably like sell pennies for $1 so that you can put them in your penny loafers.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know what a penny loafer is.
It's a shoe that has a little penny in it.
Well, if you collect your pennies, then for I don't know 100 years, they might be worth something.
Yeah. Or we could deflate the currency instead.
That's true. Well, if you take money off the market, then the value is up.
Yeah. But I wanted to deflate before I get this student loan repaid, which is I could probably knock out my cryptocurrency, but I don't know. I don't want to do it yet because I'd rather have another source of money, because I want to use that to bail myself out once something else stupid happens. So,
which crypto did you go for?
I have a few of them, but only BTC matters.
Only BTC matters? What does that mean?
It means the other ones are just so worthless in comparison to BTC, they don't matter. Even though
right, but if you buy a worthless one and it stays worthless, but it goes up by like 200%, but it's still worthless because it's so worthless. It started out so worthless. It's a great investment.
Yes, but the thing is, when I got those other ones in the spread, they actually went down. So they
went down.
Yes, they went. So they went down.
Well, now's the time to sell then. If they went down, I mean to buy. Now's the time to buy.
I'm not going to buy anymore because I don't think that there's no fundamentals.
Yeah.
There's no reason for them to go up. So I don't want to buy. I want to get into something that makes money.
Crypto is such a scam. That whole thing is going to crash. It's just going to all crash.
I know, but BTC will go up before it goes down, probably. So
what about what's the difference between crypto and blockchain?
The blockchain is just a database. Blockchain don't really do anything.
No, blockchain is the technology that makes crypto possible.
So what do you think about the US having this external revenue thing and putting that in blockchain?
Waste of my time. It's just a database that's expensive.
Do you think they're really going to do that?
The problem with blockchain is you need a lot of calculations in order to process who the money belongs to and where you're transferring it to. It's very computer heavy to do all of that lifting.
Yes, so they should just use Lightning Memory App database, so its computer doesn't need doesn't need a lot of computing resources, and it's fast.
It does all of that processing because it's decentralized. That's what the technology does. It lets every single person in the world have a complete record of everyone else's currency. It's decentralized.
Well, it's decentralized and it's designed to be slow. It's designed to be slow for super processing, but you could.
Well, that's the thing. If it's decentralized, anytime you do a calculation and update the cryptocurrency, everyone has to get a copy of that calculation.
Yeah. So they can do it fast instead because they don't need it to be decentralized. So they use Lightning memory
Right.
instead of a blockchain.
If you centralize it, then yeah, you can do it much faster.
Yes, which I would recommend in the student and the star network with a tried and true design.
Yeah,
and it's much more green.
Yeah, the thing that people like about the decentralized stuff is you can use the money on the black market.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, but they've talked about creating this external revenue service and putting that treasury money in some kind of system like that.
Right.
And I don't know, it sounds kind of...
It's a pump and dump.
So, I mean, here's the thing with crypto. Anyone who has a lot of money in crypto wants other people to put their money in crypto because that makes their money go up. So if Elon Musk has a lot of money in crypto, he's going to pull whatever strings he can to get other people to invest so that he can make money off of crypto.
But is that safe? I mean, is that a safe way for a country to manage their money?
No.
No, it's called pyramid scheme.
I mean, they've talked about that idea. It makes me pretty nervous.
It should be. It's a pyramid scheme.
Yeah. But I mean, if that does become the standard, like the country can decide, American can decide our money is now a cryptocurrency money and it's over. It's done. There's no, like, now it actually has value because the country is backing it.
Well, and not quite because there'll be proof of stake because because our fiat isn't proof of work. So it really doesn't make much of a difference. It's just going to run exactly the same way it has been the whole time.
But if America ever does that, it will create its own coin. Like, it won't use an existing coin to do that. So,
yeah. But with the way we run a monetary system, it's guaranteed to be a proof of stake, so we could scale it up and down whenever we want.
Well, I'm personally waiting until the last minute to file my taxes. Like, I can do all the work.
Yeah.
What's funny about that?
It's just funny. I'm waiting for the last minute to hand in my assignment.
Well, no. This is strategic. It's not like for no reason.
Of course.
I can have all the numbers ready. You know, I can have all, but to actual file, because if something does happen with insurance, so what can happen to me is that because of my income level, I don't qualify for the Affordable Care Act. I literally don't make enough money to qualify for it. And so if I can't get Medicare or Medicaid or whatever I have, and my only option is the Affordable Care Act, then I need to lie and say that I make more money than I actually make so I can then pay taxes on that money and then also buy insurance. So that's why I'm personally nervous. So
interesting. So you have to pay more taxes in order to get healthcare.
Yeah, I'd have to say I make more money than I make. Yeah.
And you'd have to pay more taxes then.
Yeah, and then also buy the insurance. Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I'm personally nervous, is just because I'm in this zone. Like, say if I was a disabled person.
It's a good scam that you got going, Annie. That's great, because it's like they're not going to be like, no, you didn't make that much. Here's your taxes back. They're not going to do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, but so if my ability to access health insurance becomes at risk, then I need to make decisions. So I'm waiting until the last minute. Yeah. But the other thing is, like, we have these open enrollment periods. So you have to wait until an open enrollment period. So it could mean that for 6 months I don't have insurance because I'm not, so I could be caught out without it. So that's why I'm personally waiting until the very last to see, like, okay, what is Trump doing this week? What's on the chopping block?
This past hour, what is he doing?
Yeah, just because at my age, I mean, I'm pretty healthy and probably nothing's going to happen. But if I realize I have cancer or some weird stuff happens during an interim period when I have no insurance, then I'm just screwed. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'll wait.
You and everyone else in the same boat.
Yeah. And it's a lot of people. There's a lot of
Yeah.
people in Oregon, that they just literally don't even make enough to qualify for the
It's
Affordable
so
Care Act.
ridiculous. Like the entire world has pretty much solved healthcare.
I know.
The US is just like, nope, we're sticking with the imperial system. No metric here.
Yeah. Yeah. I
It's
know the
just
metric
to,
system
just
way
to
better.
take us off more so we can work more. That's the thing.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's that or it's just stubborn. We need to TI it ourselves. We can't TE it. We can't take the tools from another country.
Yeah, that too. Because I
Yeah.
think someone said America is ESTP on average.
Right. Yeah.
So
I mean, I think it's just profit motivations.
You think so?
Well, yeah, because there's two problems. There's the insurance issue, and then there's also the cost. The pharmaceutical costs and the costs are literally higher here. Because
Yeah,
they can't,
because
just because they can't be, just because of greed.
Yeah, because if you get public health care, you can stop that, arms race of prices.
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't get doctors recommending opioids en masse because the opioid company decided to pay doctors a percentage on every recommendation.
Yeah, they're really good about that here. They don't prescribe.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I mean, you could.
Now, yeah,
Yeah.
these days. But back when it was the thing, I think it's illegal now to, solicit doctors to prescribe opioids now, right? But at one point, that was done as a practice.
But there's all other kinds of drugs that they're,
right, pushing,
pushing and marketing.
And like there's a whole focus on, curing symptoms instead of the disease.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole focus on that, keeping people sick and selling them the cure.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually
developing the cure before the illness.
I'm really impressed with the doctors that I've had here in Oregon, that they don't do that as much, and they do actually talk about diet, and
good.
they give you options.
Yeah.
And they try to encourage you. If it's like a metabolic thing, then they'll say, how about you work on your diet for 6 months and then we reevaluate,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was seeing that a lot of the medical problems are getting solved right now with AI. AI has basically figured out how to predict protein folds and protein structures. And that was like the biggest setback. Like it was just taking so long to do that. And now it's just skyrocketing. It should cure a lot of stuff. I don't know when we'll start seeing like the downstream effects of that, but it's pretty big. Like knowing exactly what a protein structure looks like and that's really what the biggest hurdle was in medicine until now.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just trying to get to the other side of the equation because I know there's a lot of people making a whole bunch of money, barely knowing anything and having no freaking sense. So I need to probably figure out how to get in with them.
Get in with the people making money, the stupid people making money?
Yes, because the smart people working to patch the freaking garbage system.
I'm scared. I actually have a stupid person making a lot of money in my that I know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm scared that he's a scammer. Like I'm scared that how is he making all that money? He's getting other people to invest in his thing and he's just stealing their money. Like that's what I'm scared.
Probably. Now I want to get to the other side of the equation because that's much more fun than being the smart guy trying to hold duct tape and glue the garbage system together like I am now.
Like your wallets.
Yes. Exactly what wallets. They look even uglier.
Even uglier than your wallets. That's a hard one. No, I'm kidding. Your wallets are nice. Your wallets have class.
Yeah.
Yes, even uglier than your wallets.
Yeah, even uglier than my wallets.
Yeah.
But because of the gas and food prices going up, I'm just slowly losing money, even though I'm getting paid the same. It's very annoying.
Mm-hmm.
But if I ask for these stupid counselors or job coaches to say work harder, and it's come on.
I still think it's really dumb that we're trying to, make sure people have jobs. I think that's dumb. We should just we should get rid of as many jobs as possible. We don't need more jobs. We need less jobs and people to work less.
Yeah. The only issue is that there's some people without jobs that are getting support, public assistance, or using the time to abuse people.
Right.
But I'll figure out a way to clean their clocks out too, so they at least won't target me anymore.
Well, yeah, like one of the problems there is exporting jobs to other countries so that they're doing the production for you. So that means you're always going to be indebted to them. You'll have to pay them. Like, that's not a solution. The solution is like getting robots to do the jobs for you. There's your solution. Because then you don't owe anything to anyone. The robots are doing it for you.
Yeah, we have to pay with the power, but still, it's much better.
Right, pay for the power, yeah.
It's much better than having credit, credit, so.
Yeah, and like once you can get a whole bunch of cheap labor, well, then everything costs less and you can work less.
Yeah.
Everyone can work less if things are cheaper. That's how it works.
Exactly.
I'm all for that. I just don't want to go through that rough transition period right now at my age.
Yeah.
I hope, I wish they had a safety net first, have a plan for that, and then do the transition instead of it being messy and dangerous for everyone.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could do it so that it's a gradual transition that nobody really feels or experiences. Like if you set up an actual plan to do it, so it doesn't have to be rough. It could just
in America. No,
it's like weaning off a drug or something. It's like slowly but surely.
Like how many government administrators lost their jobs in the last 3 weeks? That's gradual. Right. But those are each one of those.
That's not gradual. That was a huge cut. Yeah, that was right. Not gradual.
Well, in terms of a percentage of people that lost their jobs, but I'd say you could call it gradual, but at the same time, those are real people.
So
yeah, exactly. That's not gradual. Yeah,
and they don't have a plan.
Yeah, but at the average turnover rate, so it's really we don't know what really happened yet. Until September till we know exactly how it even resolves because it's so messy, but it's still within standard turnover rate now.
Yeah. How was your week, Hank? Any drama?
Yes. I think Gen X Jeff wanted to give me dating advice again, but the problem is he's a gay male. I'm trying to attract straight females right now, so his advice is completely worthless to me.
I don't know. I think women trust and talk to gay men in ways that they don't talk to straight men. So they might have some kind of insight on that side of the equation. Just saying.
I'm gay enough to know that they don't.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, he could also just be an idiot and it could be bad advice. It's like, it doesn't have anything to him with him being with him being gay or not.
Possibly, but I don't think it's because he's an idiot.
Oh, okay. You think it's because he's gay? All right. I mean,
yeah.
Okay. Logic works. Why not?
It's just men aren't attracted to the same thing women are. And their standards are probably lower.
That's a generalization, but I would agree with it. Why not? I think not all men are attracted to the same thing, and not all women are attracted to the same thing either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's something that I thought about a lot. How people can be so angry if, say if a woman isn't attracted to a guy and then they say well, that's shallow. but it's not
Right.
shallow. It's just that people like if I showed you like 100 men that I'm attracted to, you know, if I showed that to another woman, she would be like, "Oh wow, weird," you know.
Right. Yeah.
They're not necessarily traditionally attractive. It's like, so there's no there's no shallowness in it. It's just some guys I'm attracted to, some not, you know.
Yeah. I mean, poor guy that has to be with a woman who's not attracted to him. Like that
Yeah,
kind of
right.
sucks.
Why would you
Yeah.
want that anyway? I mean, I guess I understand if a woman is only attracted to the standard of beauty, you know, the perfectly symmetrical face and, you know, all that, then like, yeah, maybe you could say that's shallow. But I mean, I'm just attracted to people that others would not find attractive.
I'm sure there are other people who have a similar taste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing like when Russ and I are watching TV, he'll always point out, you know, who he thinks is attractive. It's really interesting to learn what he finds attractive.
I mean, and to some degree, we can influence what we find attractive and what we prioritize in the attractiveness. Like we do have that ability to change our psychology. Because this is just a machine, right? We decide how the machine works. So, like we do have that ability to adjust it somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it takes work, but you could find like a good character attractive if you wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, and I do. I mean, that's a huge component. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so then that I would say is like the less shallow part of being attracted to someone.
Yeah.
Because like you're actually looking for substance.
That's really interesting because Russ generally does not like girls with curly hair. My hair is very curly and frizzy.
Interesting. So you're tracking that. Okay, poor Russ. He's not seeing the patterns that he's sending you.
No, he likes that really shiny, straight hair. I don't have that.
It doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't. I'm sure.
Yeah. He does like short girls, though, for whatever reason. I guess because they look like you can pick them up and throw them around.
So, Reginald, I actually had to answer with that. Pretty much you use the type to pretty much predict what people's going to do next. So, just there's a pretty much constrained your statistic based on other people's behavior. So, it helps you guess.
There's a bunch of different answers to that. The question is like, what is your goal in life? Like, are you trying to be the president of the United States? Well, then you're going to end up being very manipulative with how you use type, right, to your advantage. Are you trying to be a better person or to, make sure you're not getting tidal waves? Then you're going to use type for a different reason, right?
Yeah, core gesture is correct. I am either TENI or NITE. My last test from Trudy says I'm TENIAK because of ENTJ. So,
well,
that's
he can come up and defend himself all he wants, but Jay isn't usually very right with type. I'm just saying.
Jay could be wrong, but I did the Trudy test. I had a video up. I did it live.
So he's agreeing with Trudy. That doesn't bode well for you, Jay. You should come up here and defend yourself. Reggie should jump on too. We should trigger Reggie.
I don't know why Trudy wouldn't go well. I mean, I literally did it on the live stream. You saw every answer, and OP couldn't figure out my test. So figure out my type. So I'm not gonna worry about them.
Nice, sweet.
It could be a mystery for them. I'm not worried about them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're a decider. I don't think you're TENI.
You think what you want.
If I was to pick out of one of those two, I would say you were NITE rather than TENI.
All right. Well, that's
Those are my
me
only two
today.
objects.
So,
What's that?
well, yeah, you got your opinion, and I got my test results. So,
Oh, okay. All right. So you're leaning. You're stuck on the observations, are you?
well, absolutely. I'm stuck on
Yeah.
on the observations. Yes, absolutely.
So you're not missing any information, or are you missing some information?
No, there's always more information, but how relevant is it?
Right.
So I don't know how many grains of sand on
Okay.
with South Beast, but do I care? Does it important me? No, I don't need for any calculations at all at this time.
Is that the shaved dog?
Yep, she got a good haircut.
Nice. And she's shivering. She's cold.
No, not anymore. Yeah,
Right.
she got a haircut like maybe 10 or 14 days ago, so she's used to it by now.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right. What else? What else, Hank? What other drama have you been up to this week?
What else? Freaking stupid thing happened at work, but wasn't my fault. It was someone else set. Pretty much, we had a closed trailer. We did a new thing that we had to go ahead and manually set the old trailer to a status, and it got set to the wrong status, and we had a mess on Monday and today. But it wasn't unrelated to me, except for the fact that I loaded it. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Because I don't do that back end stuff, configurations. So
Yeah, it sounds really boring. It's good you didn't bring that up.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's another thing.
Did anyone figure out that Kendrick Lamar thing? I keep getting messages about that whole thing, and I'm just like, I don't get how it's so impressive. I wasn't too impressed by it.
What did Kendrick? I don't know about
his Super Bowl show. Apparently, he was giving a big middle finger the whole time he was performing.
I don't care.
It wasn't just a middle finger. I mean, when I watched it, I was like, okay, there's some important messages here, or there's a lot of symbolism going on, but it was moving so fast. So then I had to study it the next day, and yeah, I mean, I liked it. So
you did? Okay, maybe you can explain it to me, because like from what I was seeing is like he's got a very very strong worldview, and he's trying to use symbolism to represent his own worldview from his own perspective, sort of thing.
Who is this, Peugeot?
Peugeot, yeah. No, Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah. I mean, I thought there was some powerful symbolism in there. I mean, yeah. I mean, any artist is probably doing that.
Right.
But I liked. I mean, so people were really challenged by it. But I like challenging art. I like subversive art. I don't think it always needs to be palatable like vanilla ice cream. You know.
What did you get out of it? What did you see in it that you liked?
Well, I mean, for one thing, the Samuel L. Jackson, when he was in there, the moment when, Kendrick Lamar was being wild, being whatever, and he said, what does he say? Like, too loud, too ghetto, That's a criticism that Black people have against them. And it's just, that's a little bit too fucking Candace Owens for me. I mean, Black people, like, they have a culture and they express themselves, and it's okay to be, how you are. And then also the Serena Williams moment when she's
he was using Samuel L. Jackson to represent like America, sort of thing. And
Uncle Sam, Uncle Tom,
Uncle Sam, right? Yeah.
And
I'm so tired of that whole. Personally, I'm so tired of that whole debate. Like, it's so Martin Luther King era to me. But
yeah, I mean, you would like to think that we could move beyond it, but clearly we're not. We have not moved beyond it. So
why haven't we? I mean, I think we haven't moved beyond it because Kendrick Lamar is still making art about it. You know what I mean?
And other stuff too. I mean, Black people are literally profiled in this country. I mean, that's a thing.
That's art they want to see. I'm not making any art about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Serena Williams thing too, you know, when she did that dance, it was like she was criticized for the little dance, her victory dance that she did at some tennis tournament. People were
Right.
like, "Oh, that's crass, that's whatever." Um,
Oh, okay.
you know, which I think is a ridiculous criticism. I mean,
It is
football.
a ridiculous criticism, and they're gonna have to live in shame with it till the end of their days. Like, I don't see why. Like, what do you need a social commentary on it? They've already fucked themselves over. Just saying.
I don't know. I don't know. I just liked it. I like subversive
Yeah.
art. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, what I noticed out of it was like he took all of the shortest black people in America to be on stage with him, and he used all the camera angles so he didn't seem so short. And then he put himself up on like little pedestal stages, so because they still weren't short enough. Yeah, I don't know. I was laughing at that. His one-isms. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Reggie? How's your week? How's your year? Like, when's the last time you were here?
I thought I was here recently.
Okay.
How's my year? Jeez, it was good actually. I think this was a pretty important year. You know, I was able to get a job finally, and
Right.
you know, just kind of work on myself and for a lot of different ways. But it's been good. I think the highlight of this past, let's say, couple of months that I've gotten traction with ChatGPT like crazy. You know, I've been using, I basically been gamifying it, which I don't like. I've been posting about it here and there.
Okay.
I don't know anyone else that's using it that way. Maybe it's just because I'm like still a child fundamentally.
Break it
But
down for us. What are you gamifying about it?
basically, like I did it because I was bored, like during my free time. So I basically just gave it a prompt, like a very generic prompt. Like it has memories, so like
Right.
so I'm like, okay, let's make an interactive game where you like leverage the memories that you have about me and the stuff that you know about me, and like basically try and make me a better version of myself. And I will course correct if I need to, right? And so basically, what it initially started with.
So you're giving it consciousness in your life?
Consciousness?
Like you're giving it control over your life, or like you're letting it control you?
I guess I never really thought about it that way.
Okay.
Because I mean, I think for me, it's like I use it to kind of generate suggestions of what
Right.
to do. Like, because otherwise, it's like I'm not gonna use my free time well. Like, it's like I'm just gonna be chilling, right? So for example, I could give a couple examples. Like early on, I will say early on the game was really fucking boring. I'm gonna be honest, but I think as what I did specifically is I started like incorporating, like saying, hey, like make it like more like, I don't know if you've heard of Solo Leveling, but it's like this anime that's video game based. It's like make it more like this, right? Or make it more like you know, One Piece or whatever.
Oh, making the game more cool, like
Basically.
more attractive. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. So now, like, so for example, like one aspect of the game that I really have been taking away, and Annie knows about this, is it's like every morning, it's like I do what's called, it calls it Phantom Mentor sessions, which I feel like it made that up. It made that name up. But
Probably.
basically it's like, okay, like what you're gonna gain points for is if you, instead of asking other people for advice, is like you ask yourself or like some character in your head advice, right? So it could be like a fictional character, it could be a historical character, someone who's alive or dead, like a future version of you, past version of you, whatever. And
Okay.
so, you know, I basically walk through that, and it's basically almost like an authoring exercise for me.
Right.
So
So it's giving you like artificial schizophrenia.
Sure. Yes. Okay. I the artificial schizophrenia I find helpful, you know.
Nice.
Because
Sweet.
basically,
So who are these people you're talking to in your head?
I think mostly it's like from like One Piece, this one character, Rayleigh.
Is he?
I don't, you know, so
Very, very interesting.
okay.
Ben, this is not so weird. Okay, people do this. Okay,
No, I know. I'm joking. I'm joking for
Yeah,
radio.
I've been using the technique
For my 5
decades,
viewers.
So.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I already did this anyway. I've had a fictional person for over a decade now.
Yeah, I think close to 2 decades for me, but I don't. But the thing is, I'm still in charge as far as I'm concerned. I think I'm type 8 Enneagram, so lot of times I'll leave this just on the floor. They don't just
All right.
good.
I realized I'm the weird one on the panel here. Go ahead. Keep going, Reggie.
Congratulations, man.
You actually think for yourself. No, I know. I think it's one of those things where so that's one example. There was a lot of like relationship building like games or like quests or whatever that it would give, because like I have a hard time with that. So it's like, it would say, hey, like, reach out to someone, like, and try and ask a very non-small talk question. Like it's very simple suggestions, you know what I'm saying? Like
are you getting points for this? Are you gonna try to milk points out of this?
No.
Of course. Of course.
Come on, you better.
I could, but I don't.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
But yeah, so I think that so like relationships, I've been working on it that way. Work, I've been working on it that way. Obviously without giving away any proprietary information or anything like that.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
But
allegedly,
huh?
Allegedly, not
allegedly. Yeah. They'll have to do an audit of all my stuff. But I think that like it's been fun. I think it's been one of those things that has gotten me to get more done, just because I'm looking forward to kind of gaining these points. I think I just naturally like gamified stuff. Like it's like I like Duolingo and I like, those type of things where you're gamifying otherwise, in my opinion, boring stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it's been really cool.
There's a big push to start doing that in schools, to gamify everything, because otherwise kids don't learn anymore. They can't. It's like physically impossible.
You know what though? I am like really irritated with the manipulative tactics of Duolingo, because like, emotionally manipulative. Like I practice a lot. Like I'm zooming along, and my little thing. I don't know if you can see it.
It's like X's, right?
Yeah, his eyes are X'd out and his tongue's hanging out like he's dead. And I probably practiced like for 90 minutes yesterday. So what does it want from me?
I think that's sometimes it does stuff like that. So for me, I didn't take it personally, because I have like a 130-day streak or whatever. Like I know I'm not the problem, right? I think it's one of those things where like the app, I've seen this happen before, where it's like the app, it's like they're just messing with the sensory just for fun. Like I think there was like one time where it's like they had like a Halloween special little icon. They have like they do stuff like that, right? Yeah. So this is probably like an inside joke for them, to be honest. But yeah, I will say it's like Duolingo gets really annoying once you stop your streak.
Right? Yes,
because
I just want to point out Duolingo has on their official account a Korean or Gideon Duolingo X Squid Game video. So they know about it, and they think it's a feature.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, but
you know what Squid Game is?
I know what Squid Game is, but I don't know what the Korean or Gideon part.
That's the name of the video. Korean or Gideon Duolingo X Squid Game on the official Duolingo account right now.
Yeah,
I just put in the private chat.
Duolingo. Once you're off a streak, it's like even if you're on a streak. I don't know if you've seen this, Annie, but like. Have you done friend streaks before? Where it's like you're partnering with a friend and like you're trying to get. Okay.
Last. No, I never did that.
I would say avoid that, because what happens is that like someone can nudge you if you haven't done your work yet. Like let's say it's day 5 and you forgot, or the day's almost over. It's like you'll get a random text or a notification from Duolingo like, yeah, like you're falling off, or you're like, it's like a shame tactic. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, I don't. Nobody is making me do this. I don't need to do it. It's just relaxing and fun for me to keep developing that language. So
yeah, Duolingo takes it a little too seriously, honestly. But yeah, I think I guess going back to gamifying, like gamifying in schools and stuff like that. I think that it works for me, but I feel like I am the outlier, actually. I don't think this would work for most people, right? Because it's like I'm the one who's like actively immersing myself in this fake game, because ChatGPT is like kind of janky sometimes. It's like I'm still invested, but let me see.
What is this?
This is what Hank shared about the Duolingo Squid Game thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you muted it.
Yeah, I muted it.
It's an official advertisement from their account, so
yeah, I don't know if I'll get banned or whatever for it, but okay. just skipping around to make sure I don't get
This looks entertaining.
flagged. All right.
Yeah, I'm baffled though by the last season of Squid Games. It just ended. That cannot be the final episode.
No, it's not. It's not the final episode.
So when will it come out? What happened? What's the holdup?
I think they do that half episodes now. It's kind of or half seasons. Isn't that what they do now?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what happened with Don. Not that any of you know that anime, but yeah, like the season just ended on a random note, like randomly, like so. Yeah, we have to wait like 6 months to find out what happened.
What you posted that Uzair video, by the way. What were your?
I did. I was not expecting the dialogue surrounding it. I actually messaged someone about this. I'm like, why does everyone care about this so much? Like, or the psychopath side. So for me, I was just very fascinated by it because, so for anyone who hasn't watched it, so Uzair put out a video the other day saying, hey, for FI users, like you need to be more like TI and almost like he's very strong language, like be like a psychopath, right? Like, and like ask yourself what a psychopath would do or think, and just like take preventative measures so that you don't get screwed over, something like that, right? And he's like, that's how TI thinks. They think very transactionally. They think very what's in it for me-esque, right? And whereas FI, he's like, I think his argument was like FI cares more about being a good person.
I think he's got it wrong. He's mixing up the 1 and the 4 side. I think he thinks he's a 4.
I think he was typed as a 4.
He wasn't actually typed as a 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think that's what's going on, because like everything he's identifying with TI, I'm TI lead, and I'm like, no, that's not TI. I identify more with this FI stuff. What are you talking about? Yeah. So it's like I think he's just talking about 1s and 4s, and he thinks FIs are 4s.
I guess I did see your comment on the Facebook about that. I wasn't sure if I should answer, but yeah, we could talk about it. I think that like the thing is that I also, it's hard because I've had conversations with people in my life, like independent of this video and independent of OP, where they're like, yeah, like
she's got it too. Luna picked it out too, looks like.
Mm-hmm. So I'm a number 1, and like people, like I've been told that I take in relationships more, right? Like I do, but it's like I feel like it's a very unconscious thing sometimes. Like I don't actively sit there and think, oh, I'm gonna get this out of this person, I'm getting this out of that person. Like I don't think it's as obvious as that. And I think
you're an EP, you're not as manipulative, or like, what is it, like intentional as like an OI, like Uzair, right?
Sure, that's true, but I think he, even in his video, he did make a point of like everyone is doing something like that unconsciously.
Maybe, like, I can get a more of that one.
There's some sort of exchange, whether you're conscious of it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And the only difference is like whether, it's the consciousness level. And I think that he was saying like FI, they just aren't as conscious. And I was like, okay, I can see that. Like, you know,
okay,
like,
all right.
You know, but it's one of those things.
Like I would say FI is not as conscious of TI. Sure, they're not as conscious of what they're thinking and why they're thinking it, and their own ideas and ideologies. Like they're not tuned into that. That makes sense. But like, so from his perspective, they're not as conscious. But like from the FI perspective, we're just unconscious. We have no idea what FI is.
Well, I mean, or just the value of it, right? I think the whole personal values does hit the target of what FI is usually. I mean, there's emotions, like we don't have to get into what FI or feeling is, but sure. I think you've heard that debate like thousands of times. Like, is it feeling? Is it values? Is it both? Like, whatever. I think that with FI there, here's where I will agree, and I think I will stand on this. I do think FI wants to be perceived as like a good person, like in their reality, like at the very least.
So I would say that's an everybody thing,
okay,
except for Hank. Hank doesn't want to be perceived as a good person, but normally people want that. And
normally people want that. Okay.
Right. And then I would say 4s want it more than 1s.
Yeah, I don't want to be perceived a good person because I want to be a person you do not want to mess with. You better be good, or you're gonna have a bad time. So that's about just like you like
Right.
how a poison, like a venomous animal is. So I'm like that.
There's a bit of masculine DE in there too, mixed. Like you don't want to be perceived as weak.
Exactly.
With the masculine DE, you want to.
Yeah, but I don't know about that because I would say like, and what I say let me be more specific. I don't know if that's a masculine DE thing specifically because it's like I'm thinking of I'm gonna
Not specifically. No, not specifically. It contributes though. It's something right.
Okay, fair. All right, so then yeah, I'll drop it. I think that the video is interesting. I posted, I think, to answer your original questions, like why did you post this? I thought the dialogue was very interesting. I don't normally think like.
No, it was well done. He's doing well with his videos. He's doing good editing and all that stuff. Yeah. It's entertaining. Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Yeah, so that's why I posted it, and I think also I posted it because I've had this transactional conversation before with some of my friends,
right?
And I'm like, okay, this is I didn't know like how do I word it? It's like I was very intrigued by his take. Let's put it that way. But I'm gonna be honest. It's like I think like, and I'm having like almost like a crisis of faith with typing in general. That's partially why I asked that question in the chat because I'm like. I don't know what to attribute, like if attributing this to type at all is even helpful. Like,
right. Sure.
So,
sure. I mean, the only way it is helpful is to know where you are on the side of what you need to work on or.
Sure.
Right. To map yourself or yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I mean, mapping. I mean, you can map yourself as an individual, but it's like to try and generalize it to.
Like in that video, I'm FI. Whatever he's describing FI in that video, that's me. That makes sense to me.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe I'm FI. Maybe I'm not TI.
Maybe you're FI. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Different systems will sort you differently. So I really don't worry too much about it.
Right.
So I actually explicitly say what the system is before I say I'm defining that thing. So let's be explicit. And it's not nothing to worry about really. So in that system they find me this way, but in this system they find me this way, and I'm using this system right now. So
the Uzair system, I'm FI.
The Uzair system. Yeah. I think I would be like I would be in the middle.
Yeah.
Like I clearly know what I want, so to speak. But I also care about like being like a good person. Like I don't think that's
of course you do. Yeah, that's why I'm also saying it's kind of like feminine DE a little bit at the same time. Like there's that mixed into it. You don't like that, I can tell, but
it's yeah. I don't know how it's landing because it's like if it was feminine DE, then like Uzair would land on like theoretically he would land on the good person side, and he claims he doesn't. So
he claims he doesn't land on the good person side. Well, that's good.
Think so, right? He said that's good.
No, it's good that he's seeing himself properly.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's true. I think like that's his claim as well. I don't think he actually thinks that. I think that's what he's putting forward as a claim. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Like for the purpose of the video or the purpose of the theory.
Right. Or the purpose of his what's it called? His persona, his online persona sort of thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that the whole transactional thing was that was like a genuine concern of mine because I'm like, oh god, like I do want to be at the very minimum balanced in that, but I don't know, being a number one in my type, it feels weird sometimes because I'm like, I do feel like when I was younger, here's what I will say, I think when I was younger I probably would have been more on the side of, oh, I know what I'm getting out of XYZ person. I think I will say, to support your claim about the socials, I think when I was like 20, 23.
I mean, I'm thinking back to like a couple of years ago when we first met. I can see you also being in that kind of headspace.
Yeah, it was like 5 years ago. Yeah, 23,
sure.
24. I think it was, I think I told someone I guess I'm outing myself, but it's fine. I think I told someone at one point, I'm like, it's like, oh, I feel like I am moving people in the direction of my goals. Like,
Yeah.
I was very like goal oriented, like almost like the stereotype of chess playing. But I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not a master INTJ manipulator or whatever. Like, I'm not pretending to be that. But I do think it's like, oh, like I would ask someone a question, or I would reach out to someone for this, or whatever for whatever the goal was at the time.
Right. I don't think you were hiding it either. Like, I think you were open about what you were doing. You were doing it, but you weren't like, it wasn't manipulative. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I don't know. I will say it's like the dialogue on that Facebook post with the Facebook post about Uzair's video. I'm like, I was surprised. Like, I did not think people processed like this much. Like, I was like, this is like, what are you guys? I was just posting this for fun. Like, I just wanted a couple likes and move on. Right? It's like people are genuinely like not upset, but it's a concern. Like, I'm surprised that people are concerned about Psychopathy 1. I don't know why I'm surprised by that, because I know it's popular, but I guess I just don't understand why it's popular. And then number 2, it's like this whole, oh, TI is like this, or my mom's TI, or my mom's FI, and they're like this, kind of like what you're saying, Ben.
Oh, the ladies like him. That's the ideal man right now. So
you said what?
Something.
Psychopathy 1's the ideal man right now. So
yeah.
I mean, like, that's the whole thing with the ones, right? They're and the narcissism and all that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, how is the public seeing the ones, and how are they concerned about the ones? But then, like, when the ones see themselves, they're like, yeah, that's true, but like, why is that a problem? Like, why are you afraid of this?
Yeah,
this natural thing.
I guess I have to. I've been on record, probably even on this stream at one point, saying like, I think we had a conversation about like agendas at one point, and I was like, what? Yeah, what's the big deal about that?
Yeah.
And like people, I get surprised when people are like, oh, you have an agenda, like you're so bad. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, that's the thing with you, Reggie. You have an agenda, but you're not hiding it. You're not like it's not that I know of, anyways. Like, from what I know, you're always very honest and open about your agenda, which is refreshing. It's good.
I don't get it. We don't have to reprocess that, because I feel like I think I'm pretty good on that. But I guess for me, it's just like, it's like agenda is the same thing as having a goal. I don't see and people have goals all the time. Like, that's fine.
Right.
So like, whatever, But
right. I think goals are maybe more personal, and agenda involves other people. Maybe like you have a goal for them, or you're gonna use them as a piece in your goal. You know what I mean?
I see. That's what people are afraid of. Okay.
I don't know if that's what they're afraid of, but yeah, that's more. It's more.
Then I guess I don't. I guess agenda. I don't have an agenda. I don't think like that. I don't think. Oh, my plans for you. I don't.
Why? It's like oh, you have a popular YouTube channel. I will be your friend to get
that does annoy me. I actually don't like that.
Right.
Like that. Yeah, that's really gross. Okay, so then I guess I do understand it. If that's what you mean.
It's one example. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, what else? What's going on with you guys? I missed. I know you guys are talking about attractive people, which is always a fun topic.
Right. I saw I saw some videos going around where they're talking about what each country kind of values in terms of attraction, and it changes from country to country. It was kind of interesting. Like, some places look at hair, and then some places look at feet, and it's like, oh, all right.
Oh yeah, I know people have like a feet thing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember a database where it showed, images of the most attractive people country by country. It was really fascinating. I got sort of lost, like, looking at that for an hour.
Yeah. I probably need I am notoriously not a good judge of what's attractive. I feel like I'm attracted to everybody. Like, I'm like very generous in that. I'm like, oh yeah, y'all are nice. Like, I don't know. I don't think I have a type, genuinely.
Yeah, I really don't either. If you look at all of the different men, I am attracted to older men. So I think for as long as I can remember, even like in my 20s, I was attracted to men who were, 40 to 55.
Yeah.
And so it makes more sense now that I am that age. I'm very attractive to people my age or men that are a little bit older.
Yeah.
I think just in like scruffy people, just like a little bit rougher looking men.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really have a type either, as far as I know.
Yeah, I don't know if I have one either.
Okay.
To be honest.
Then I
mean,
don't know.
is crazy a type? I think crazy is a type that I have.
Crazy is definitely a type.
It's not attractive to me, but it just sort of happens.
Yeah, I don't let that happen to me. If someone's crazy, I will always out crazy them. So.
Oh, okay.
I noticed that I'm really afraid of crazy people. Like in the Facebook group, a lot of times, I guess if I'm going to generalize, like EJs that are in a swing and I see them in that swing, then I sort of avoid them because I don't want to be on their radar, like they like, oh wow, she was so offended by this interaction, so I'm afraid to interact with her because what if I also offend her, really easily without knowing it? So I just kind of tend to not interact. I think I'm afraid of EJs.
I mean that's a good tactic for play last. Is like, okay, let's see how these people interact and see if I want to interact with them. Like let's use other people as the canary in the coal mine first to see who will I talk to. Yeah.
And I'm annoyed by strong FE people.
FE people?
Yeah, people that have FE pretty high up in their stack.
Yeah.
What about them?
They're always leading with their shaming language.
Shaming language?
Yeah. Well, you should do this, you should do that, you shouldn't do that. Okay.
I've actually noticed, to be honest, that TE does that too.
Yeah, TE does that too, but
I don't know if
I could probably the TE people will actually negotiate. Okay, you want this, what skin are you put in the game to do that? And FE people just gotta leave with the stick.
You can't negotiate with their FI though. Just saying, like if their FI is stuck on something and they're shaming, no negotiation.
At least with me, there's always a way to negotiate. Just like say, it's out of my appearance. Now I'll say, okay, you think I look ugly? Turn your camera on. Show your masterwork. So I do negotiate.
That's funny. Let's see. I don't. This is weird because I've been like a notorious drama person in the OP groups.
You're not a drama person, but you cause drama.
Yeah, exactly. Like
right.
I don't like conflict these days. Like even the notion of like people arguing in the Facebook group like stresses me out. I'm like, I don't want to look at this.
Right.
Like it's like, oh, this person said this and F this person in particular and like I get really I don't want to say spooked, but it just it just generally stresses me out. Like even if I don't know the person, I'm like, why are we arguing right now? Like, so yeah. But
I haven't seen much of that, to be honest. I don't know. I have a bad radar for picking that.
Yeah.
In the last week, just some really crazy, ugly stuff.
Yeah.
Really?
I think he's talking about the same thing.
All right, let's talk about it. I want to know what you're talking about.
Well, the thing is, I sort of like looked at it and I was like, "Oh, this is ugly," and then I didn't want to read the comments because I was like, "Oh, that's one of those weird, ugly things." I don't want to really focus on.
So Ben, I what I can say because I also kind of did the same strategy, Annie, but like I think I probably stared at the train crash a little bit longer. What I will say is that in the Facebook group, what's been happening, at least over the past week or two, is like people, how do I word it? It's like they will single out individuals and like sometimes I've even seen people put like screenshots of like, oh, this person sent me this or this person did this and F this person and like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like,
remember Daryl? Sorry, keep going.
Yes, very similar to that.
Right.
Like I was like, this is a lot. Like I don't know what's. It's like we're here posting memes and posting stupid stuff in here, like which is okay. Like I don't see where the need for
Right.
the stirring, like intentionally stirring, like let's isolate this one person in particular. I'm like why are we doing that?
Well, and also I know what you're talking about. And I remember just thinking like, how can somebody upset you that much? It's like that phrase, like get your goat. Like how?
I've never heard that phrase. What does that mean?
Oh, well, so like racehorses, are really high strung, like Kentucky Derby, but horses are also, they're herd people. But the racehorses, they're very special. They need to be isolated, but they also need a friend. So they have a goat in there. If you take the goat, the horse gets upset. So that's the phrase, don't let him get your goat. So if somebody is saying something nasty and then you really react, it's like got you fell for it. Like, I mean, why are you falling for it? Why do you care so much? How could, if somebody is in a swing and they're saying something really nasty to you, it's like you don't need to let that. Bait. Yeah, don't take the bait, basically.
Well, sometimes I nip with the bait anyways to see, what they're gonna do now. Sometimes I'm just curious about it.
Yeah, I mean, but curiosity is different, like it's not like you could see where it's gonna go, but like what I guess what I'm referring to is like it's been everywhere. Like even in like the comment, this is where I need to probably stop looking, but it's like even in like comment sections of like otherwise normal posts, right? It's like it's a normal post, and then someone will post a comment, and then this like, oh no, F you for saying this. I'm like, what is happening? Like, I
see where you're coming from. I'm trying to scale down my Reddit usage because it's just a lot of Redditors are just really dumb, and they don't think it's the hive mind to do whatever, and the downvote brigade based on got promo bot what I want to promote. So I just said, nah, Reddit's kind of pretty, kind of mid.
I would have said it was a decider thing until I saw Hank's email exchange with one of my teams, and he took the observer's goat there.
Yeah, it's not
Hank's good at triggering people.
It's not a decider thing. It's actually been. Again, it's like I can't. I'm not trying to like cause more drama by even talking about this, but I guess whatever. What I've seen is that it's more like observers in the group that's been like pissed.
Right.
I don't know, like what's going on. Like so I don't think it's a decider thing. Like that I've seen. I don't think I know any decider drama right now. Like between us.
Yeah, I'm good at triggering people. I'm just not good at attracting people. I'm trying to figure that out right now. If it's just in who you are based on just your attributes, I just really no go. It's useless. It's a dead end because I didn't have control over my material composition. I didn't get to approve my design, so it's just very annoying. So I'm still gonna look for a workaround.
Nice. Why were we talking about this? What was the question? Fuck.
I don't remember. Wait,
I do remember. Back with your any connections? You're trying to remember them?
I'm trying to remember the thread. Yeah. Like, why are we talking about this?
We started off with it was their thing, and then the drama, and
and then the drama in the group or whatever. I don't know. I have a hard time tracking people, to be honest. Like why they get riled up? Like because even going back to that video, like it's like I think this is partially a me problem because I think one of my friends made fun of me for being surprised by this, but I'm like, why do you care if someone's a psychopath or not? Like, isn't like psychopathy like super rare? Like,
it's not. No.
Oh, it's not. I thought it was like a 1% in the population type of thing.
That's not rare. 1% in the population is not rare. That's pretty common.
It's not like a shiny Pokemon. It's pretty common. So if you went to Walmart, there'll be like at least 2 psychopaths in there at any given time. So on average.
Okay, I understand. Do I run into hundreds of people a day?
I've thought about that in being a massage therapist for 20 years. Like surely, some of my clients have those psychopathic tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
most psychopaths aren't like the textbook evil psychopaths that you're thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what I think of when I think of psychopaths. Like I just like I genuinely thought it was so rare I shouldn't worry about it. That was my thought. Like
it's probably gonna be like I don't know if you saw some other streets like Officer Snaps. I'm pretty certain he's one, or your average politician, or your high manager, those kind of people. So the bottom rung and the top rung of your society is gonna be the psychopaths.
Is 1% really not that rare? That's crazy.
No, it's not that rare.
It's 1 in 100. So like in a population of 1,000, you got 100 of them. In a population of 100,000, you got 10,000 of them, or like 1,000.
A population of 1,000, you have 10 of them.
Yeah.
In a population of 100, in a population of 100,000, yeah, you've got 1,000 of them.
That's correct. That's correct now. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
That is a lot. That's like a Facebook group itself. God damn.
Right.
Okay, now I'm gonna worry about it. See, I shouldn't have asked.
Yeah. So they're in the bottom rung and the top rung of your society.
God, that's
wherever it is.
That's actually a lot. My math is terrible.
So you do have them sprinkled out around society like that, but then you also have places where they cluster for sure.
Yeah. They cluster at the bottom and the top, pretty much.
Okay, so then that means in a population. Oh, that's actually kind of scary. So in a population of the U.S., there's like 3 million of them.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
But I don't know. Again, I don't know if 1% is like the real number. But
let me look it up. Psychopath. What would I look up? Like percentage?
Yeah, that should work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1%.
Yeah, there you go.
Did you see her? She was about to just steal my snacks.
How dare she?
Knows because I got up to go to the bathroom and she was like over here sniffing my snacks when I got back.
She's part of the 1%.
She knows better. She's a psychopath.
Yeah, exactly.
She's in it for herself.
That's so funny. Now I'm okay. I shouldn't have done that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the psychopath that you're actually scared of is not like maybe 1% of the psychopaths are like the dangerous ones, like the dark triad ones.
Well, no. I'm okay. So all I know about psychopathy is actually let me look up the definition so I'm not crazy. I thought psychopathy was just like. Is it psychopathy or sociopathy where it's like you just
the same
don't have
thing.
human emotion?
No, it's not the same thing.
Well, right now it's the same thing according to DSM because they both be under ASPD, antisocial personality disorder.
Right, they're antisocial, yeah.
Yes,
okay. But they're two different antisocial personality.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I'm thinking of psychopathy. Yeah, absence of empathy and blunting of other affect. Right, like impaired empathy and remorse, something like that. That's what I think of. It's like. You could be non-empathetic and just be an asshole. Like, you don't have to be like a criminal. You know what I'm saying?
You also don't have to be an asshole. You can be non-empathetic and not an asshole. You could be a nice non-empathetic person.
Yeah,
that also happens.
But they're boring.
I feel like that's rare. Just instinctively.
Like let's say you run a business where you need to have clients. So. Yeah. Like you're not empathetic to your clients, but you are going to be nice to them. You are because you want their business. You want them to come back, you know?
Yeah, like you're a surgeon.
Right. Yeah, like someone who's a surgeon, that would be a good place for a psychopath to be because they don't have to like cringe at the feeling of someone else getting cut. They can do their work cleanly.
Wait, hold on.
Without worry, you know?
I don't know if empathy is 100% like feeling the other person's feelings at all times. Right. At least for me. Maybe I'm a psychopath. I don't know.
That's what I was thinking just now.
Like, I'm not cringing if I'm cutting into someone. I'm like, look, you got to cut into them. That's fine.
Yeah. But, see, exactly. So that's why you need them. Like, you don't want someone cringing while they're cutting you.
Yeah. Is that okay?
It is. I think there was a famous.
See, you don't need to worry that there's 3 million of you. Like, you're okay, Reggie. You're one of the good ones.
Oh gosh, man, I gotta think about it.
Is there observer crisis averted?
You could just I mean, okay, if that's what they mean by empathy, of you feel someone else's feelings at all times, then I feel like there's a bunch of psychopaths.
Yeah.
Like,
there you go.
Well, I think
yeah, go ahead, Annie. Sorry.
A continuum. I mean, I think it's a scale. Like, I think we all have a little bit of that in us at times, and then other times.
Yeah. But I mean, I think empathy is what makes you good at massage, right? Because you can sort of feel what they're feeling. You could project that on, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but there would also be situations where, there's somebody I don't like very much from one to another, and I still have to do the whole customer service thing.
Right.
But one thing that I'm really sensitive to is when clients walk in, or I encounter someone who is just way, way too charming, then I am suspicious. Why are you acting this way? What are you trying to get out of me? Because that's a quality of a psychopath, is that they have so much charisma and charm that they attract people.
What if I'm just charming? Sorry, just joking.
Somehow you don't ring those bells for me.
Okay, all right.
You are you're charming, but you're not. It's not over the top.
Okay, good.
It's not like a Jake Gyllenhaal acting.
Like the guy.
Maybe I'm just so charming that like you can't tell that I'm.
There's like at my grocery store. I mean, every time I see him, he stares deeply in my eyes and says,
right.
"Oh, it's you again. How are you?"
Yeah, that's creepy. That's creepy.
I don't know what he wants, or like if there's some agenda, like using that intense like charm and connection to somehow get an advantage in life,
Yeah.
Fuck, I gotta think about this shit.
You thought you were all done sleep processing, Reggie? I thought you were done.
Really just sleep processing with Demon SI is like you're just not good at math, so you come to the wrong conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all have agendas in, our social alliances, and that's okay. I think it's normal. Or like we might have subconscious agendas, or there's a reason. Like, I sometimes, if somebody is a connector, because I'm play last, I'm not a connector. But if I see someone who is a connector, like, oh, this lady knows everyone, everyone is friends with her, I'm gonna be nice to that lady. Because
that's why they do it. Yeah, I got friends like that too, where they just talk about so many important people all the time, over and over again. Like that's their entire conversation. And it's like, oh, you're connected. I need to be nice to you.
Well, how Russ doesn't have business cards and never hands them out? It's because his primary client is a connector. She pimps him out to everyone.
There you go. Yeah.
And she feels good about it. Like if she sees someone who needs help, she says, "Oh, let me give you my guy's number." And that makes her feel
right.
And that's where all of his work comes from.
She's already in everyone's face, so she knows where he's needed. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I was processing that one like a while back where there was a guy at my company who was just like telling everybody that he lost something. And I was like, why are you going around telling everybody that you lost something? But then like eventually someone was like, oh, I saw it. Like, oh, that's why you do it? Okay. So I mean, like when you're
like, what would be your strategy if you lost your earbuds or something? What would you do?
Yeah, look for it and ask people who are in the area maybe, but like not necessarily everybody. You know what I mean? But like I'm using this more like a metaphor. It's like like someone who's a connector like that, like you're talking about, who's going around talking about all these people that they know. Eventually they'll make a connection because like, oh, you know him. Oh, or like, oh, you have a guy to do your house. That's great. Like if you go around saying, doing that play with everybody, eventually you'll get a hit. Just seems exhausting. Yeah. The roles we play in society, I guess.
Oh my gosh.
You're still in the psychopath thing, aren't you?
I
Reggie?
am. I am. I'm also processing, like, it's like, am I dumb? Like, that's really what I'm processing. It's like, how could I think that 1% is that rare? That's actually really what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. All right.
But that's okay.
It's you're not dumb. It's just an observer. Like you didn't do the math on the observation. Yeah.
But yeah, I think to your guys' point, like, I don't know. It's like I agree with Andy. It's like just playing. I feel like that's just a human thing. Like it's like you want stuff. Like you play roles, you negotiate, right? Like it's fine. But I guess this this idea of agenda, like having an agenda for another person, that does give me the heebie-jeebies a little bit. It's like, why are you thinking about me so much? Like, why are you so obsessed with me? Like, I feel like one of those mean girls.
Well, yeah, they're not obsessed with you. You're a pawn in their game. Like they need your piece to move in order for them to accomplish their, get checkmate in the end.
So, okay. Why though? Like, why me? It's like, why don't you do it yourself?
Because you're on the board. You're on the board. You're there. Like you might be an enemy piece that they're trying to remove. You don't know.
I guess. I don't think I have goals that necessitate that. I think the limit that I've done stuff like that is getting information out of people. Or like having alliances, almost like like those TV shows, like those survival TV shows where it's like you're on like Survivor, for example.
Yeah.
Where it's like you make alliances with people because they have like they have food or they have this and you can trade or whatever. Like
there's also like voting blocks, right? Like you vote each other. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like yeah, I think you like I've done.
I do that in board games. Yeah.
Sometimes, but I feel like everyone does that to some degree. It's like it's kind of messed up, but it's like yeah, it's like you're friends with this person or you're not friends, but it's like you're connected with this person. Like that's like. I know I'm being a little incoherent, but it's like
you have a shared interest. You have a shared interest. You have a shared You could trust them to be themselves, sort of thing.
Or they have something you want. Like this is the essence of the LinkedIn game. Like the LinkedIn is like maybe the psychopath's domain. Because
maybe
LinkedIn, it's like you're reaching out to people explicitly because you want something. That is like every connection on LinkedIn that I've had. Or not every. Right. Every connection where they reached out to me. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Like, hey, like I saw you did this, or I saw that you have this job, or like, hey, can you give me a referral, or hey, can you look at my resume, or hey, can you do this?
Right.
Like, oh my God, like I'm a person. But in the professional settings, that's accepted to have an explicit, what you call it, agenda like that.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't have as much of it as I'm supposed to. So like with my clients, I don't want them to think that they need me. I want them to come to the conclusion about the value and want it on their own. Like I don't do a lot of convincing people.
Yeah.
You're
less agenda driven.
Like one thing that massage therapists will do is like at the end of the appointment, then you'll sit down at your computer where you're going to schedule and you'll say something like, we made some progress today. I could really feel this muscle loosened up. I really think that if you saw me 6 more times, we could really get this under control. And I don't do that. I mean, people ask me, how often should I get a massage? And I'll tell them like, well, there are so many factors. It's like, when you go home tonight, check in with yourself. How do you feel? What, was there value in it? Did you feel better? Did you sleep better? And how much time do you have? And how much can you afford? How much of it will fit in your budget? It's, it's really up to you. If you feel like it's beneficial, then it's your decision,
Yeah. That's not agenda driven at all.
And that's my approach.
Yeah.
I want them to want me,
Yep.
Want to convince them.
I wish I had a good example of this, but like, it's such a trope in all the movies where like you do have the team up of the villains where really that whole scene is the villains sharing their agenda and being like, okay, I can help you with your agenda. You can help me with my agenda. Like we can team up. Like we're not competing for the same thing. I think that's what it is. It's like, if you can share your agenda and you're not competing for the same thing, you can have an alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you are competing for the same thing, but you have more of a chance of getting it together, and then like you're going to fight later, but like the alliance is necessary for either of you to have a chance. Like that happens too as a trope, right?
Yep.
I guess like Hitler and Mussolini, right? Like they both wanted to take over the world, but they're like, hey, let's like work that part out later.
Yeah, it was like, well, better if one of us have it than these random ne'er-do-well knaves.
Yeah. What's up, David? I'm just calling you David because that's what Dave said your name was.
Oh my god. But yeah, I feel like even like I'm thinking of your example, Ben, but like I'm thinking of like even like hero tropes. Is like there's a mutual enemy, so we need to team up. I feel like it's the same thing.
The mutual enemy thing is, yeah, it does force team ups even with people who shouldn't normally team up. You know, like that's that trope. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an agenda. It's I mean it's not as much. It's kind of self-defense, but yeah.
Right. Or justice seeking or something like that, yeah.
Treasure hunt movies, that's a good example.
Like no, because like sometimes the hero runs into a problem and then he goes to another hero and he asks him for help and he's like, of course I'll help you. And I'm not going to get anything out of it. And like that's just like normal for like the hero side, you know what I mean? Like there is no agenda.
What hero movies are you watching?
I don't know. I'm abstracting the trope, I guess.
I'm teasing you because I feel like in hero movies they're notorious for not cooperating at first. Like that's kind of the trope. That's the trope that I know. It's like
okay,
the heroes are doing their own thing, like they're serving their own city or whatever.
The hero's journey thing, right? Yeah. The hero's journey, they do get forced into it, right?
Yeah, they clash. Yeah, they're like, right. I don't want to work with this guy. I hate the Avengers movie is a classic example, right? It's like I hate this. Like Tony Stark hates Captain and blah blah blah. Like it's like I don't want to work with you. Like even if there's a like world-ending event that's about to happen,
right?
Like, I don't want to work with this guy. And then yeah, it's almost like they have to put aside their differences, or there's something that's so bad that it makes them ignore the differences. You know?
Yeah, I think both tropes exist. Like you're putting out a good example of that trope. But then like you think of someone else in the Avengers, which I can't think of at the moment.
That's just like Vision, maybe.
Yeah, who's just there helping because no agenda.
It's a robot, but
yeah, right.
That's true. Yeah. Okay, no, okay, fine. Those are like the pure-hearted people, though. I don't.
They make you sick.
I don't know if they make me sick. It's just I'm just like it's just so rare for someone to be that pure-hearted. I think that to Annie's point, there is a spectrum of like good nature versus agenda seeking or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I know maybe like on one hand people that are that good that they will be like, hey, I'll drop everything to help you. Like it's you know.
What's that anime you told me to watch that I still have to watch?
Vinland Saga?
Yeah, that one, right. Yeah. So like I don't know how it ends up, but I know like at the beginning he wants to kill the guy, but he ends up working with him to get a chance to kill him later.
Yeah.
And like so like even though they're enemies, they're lining up because
the sensory doesn't line up in that show at all in many points. It doesn't make logical sense like in the sensory. So like it's very NF heavy.
Them's fighting words. I think you're gonna have a
no, it makes sense. It makes sense to me. Shit made no sense. It's like, why are you teaming up with this guy? You could have killed him like 5 times.
Right.
Like, but yeah, no, I think to your point, yeah, that's a very agenda. Season 1 is very agenda heavy. If we had to categorize it, I think season 2 is where they attempt. I don't know if they did a good job, but I think they attempt to do what you're saying, where it's like I'm gonna jump in and there's no benefit to me.
Right.
Like I can't spoil it, but like that kind of that vibe of like being a genuinely like pure-hearted person is kind of like the goal of season 2.
Okay.
Too much weird FI. like being a good person. That's right. That's wrong. That's very FI. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, that was kind of the debate. Yeah, we were having.
I think it's very 4. Yeah,
that's the debate right now.
I don't know. Maybe. But like FI is like very controlling about what's right, what's wrong. I think, whereas the FE is just kind of going along and like having fun. I don't know. Like that's how I see it.
Nope.
Like I don't like to be controlled in the emotions at all. Like I feel weirded out by that. Like that's right, that's wrong.
FB runs around shames people for what they're doing, or pretty much.
Okay, but it's not based on like a stable value. It's based on like what everyone thinks or
the
feels.
FI control is like very specific to whatever's in that person's bubble. The FI control. FE control is like they're looking at everyone else's bubble.
Yeah,
so I think both can be controlled.
It's based on what the status quo is, or based on what their little network of people around them support. And it's even worse when they're hypocritical too. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm still thinking about the psychopath thing. I hate that I'm this demon sleep. I can't get over it. I can't get over it.
I mean, it may be just me because I just in the panelverse I have like 2 INFJs that really don't like me because I don't want to go with their dumb narrative.
So, who are they? Who are these INFJs?
So you have Officer Snaps and Illumitami. And
Illumitani might be an INFJ. He's either INFJ or INTP. He's one of those two.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Those are the two
like
that have
YouTubers. What are these people?
Yeah,
these are people in the panelverse. In the panelverse, but I think you're wrong about Snaps. He's not INFJ.
What do you think he is?
TESE.
The problem is he doesn't have the stamina to beat TE, in my opinion.
He's all about. He has a huge stamina. He talks over everybody, and he's trying to cancel everybody when his FI gets hurt.
Yeah, he tried to cancel everyone, but if you run it for like 2 minutes, he was going to drop out himself. Then he has no control of the situation. So that's not very.
I've never heard anyone canceling someone because they associate with someone who should be canceled. Like I've never heard that argument. Oh, you have talked to that person before, and he should be canceled. He's a pedophile, therefore you are not okay. Like, what is that weird logic?
What do you mean? You've not heard that?
We have him on the show a couple of times. When I co-hosted, he always visits. So
I mean, canceling through association.
Yes, I've heard canceling through association. I feel like is pretty common.
Yeah.
Yeah, or not. Okay, I'm not gonna say pretty common. Like I know the cancel culture. Like I've seen it happen a couple of times.
Yes.
I mean, I'm talking to Reggie. I should be canceled.
People have said that. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I know people want to cancel you, Reggie, but why would they want to cancel me because I'm talking to you? Screw them.
It's like I think here's the
guilt by association.
It's no, I don't know if it's necessarily just guilt by association. It's more like well, you're talking with them and you're not standing up against their bad behavior.
Exactly.
And so
you're
therefore it's implicit consent or something like that.
You're cupcakers, and why are you calling them out? Oh, that was Officer Snap would say in his vernacular.
But I mean, I feel like that's a TE thing more.
Guilt by association or the guilt game?
Yeah, like canceling someone through association. You know what I mean?
I think it's an FB thing.
I don't know.
You got a heart there, Hank. You got a heart for yourself.
Hey, Hank's getting.
If I don't support myself, then who would?
That's right.
If I don't support myself. Okay. Nice.
But I think it's FB Mingo style rather than TE. So.
So I've been in the club lately. Like, how do I not get kicked out there as a nerd?
What kind of club?
I don't know, just a normal one. Like, how do I not get kicked out for like being too shy or like I don't know?
Pay
People
up.
don't pick you out for
Pony
that.
up.
Yeah.
What?
That's just make sure you pony up the dues.
People don't kick you out for being a nerd. That's like a friends group
What?
in high school. Yeah.
Or shy. People will kick you
Okay.
out for shy.
Yeah.
So that's like wrong
Nerd.
sensory. That was like wrong sensory. Okay. Okay, wrong. I don't know. Information.
So yeah. So what you get kicked out for is if you question the decision of the authority or
Oh, all right. Laws of power here. Let's do it, Hank.
Yeah.
I mean that is pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, if you
So I always stuck up to the power as like automatically.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a very good trait of me. I always subconsciously suck up to that one person.
Yeah, so there's exceptions. There's in good organizations. There's exceptions. Like if they literally legitimately want to run as good as possible, they'll take suggestions for the sensible suggestions. But otherwise, otherwise it's a bad idea.
I think it might be a 4 thing that like I don't want to suck up to power. That's not what 4s do. Yeah.
You're already sucking up to everything.
It's like you want to challenge power, not suck up to them as a 4.
I mean, but like you're too nice to kick out. You know, like everyone else would be like really mad if you get kicked out, so you can't kick you out.
The 4s, yeah. So like
But you
that's
can't
why they
kick them out.
right. That's why they can challenge the power because the power can't kick them out. They'll
Yeah, but like they're too nice to challenge power most of the time. I feel like I don't know.
I don't know. I've seen some 4s. I've seen some 4s that are pretty ruthless. Like not me,
Really?
but yeah. There was an observer 4 that I saw in one of my units who was just constantly challenging the authority there.
Yeah, I thought the archetype of the 4 was that they try and pull everyone down to the equal level. I think that was kind of the archetype, right? Where it's like there should not be a hierarchy, or the hierarchy should serve the people.
Right.
Or it should be accurate.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Dragon?
What up?
How's it going?
So yeah, I think it's like if there's an imbalance, like almost like the whistleblower type, social type, something like that.
A blower of power sort of thing.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So what I do is I go to the club for like 4 hours every Saturday, and I talk to people. So I think it's quite. I don't know, like
Is
one person
ChatGPT giving you points for that?
No, like so one person called me autistic. He was like, "Wait, are you autistic?" And I got really insecure after that.
Oh wow. But are you?
Of course, everyone in my type is autistic.
Have you been, Dragon? What's your week like? What are you processing?
It's been weird. I was wanting to get on earlier, but things happened schedule wise. I just couldn't make it on soon enough, so I just got done listening to everything to catch up.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll just hold it against you.
The weather here has been kind of crappy, and I messed up my car when I slid into a curb, so I got that taken care of today. And then besides that, it's just been a bunch of emotional processing for like the last, I guess, 2.5 weeks.
What's the trigger?
It's like the kind of emotional processing of just being more in touch with how I'm feeling and like not like trying not to distract myself as much from the emotions and just kind of learning to sit and feel. And it's annoying.
That's not how you're supposed to do that.
Well, how are you supposed to do
Okay,
it?
enlighten us. I think that's a good step, buddy. I'm encouraging you. Okay, you enlighten us.
I mean, you have FE. You need to be around people to feel.
What is this
don't
weird
think
nonsense?
so.
What are you talking about?
I'm speaking from experience here.
Oh, are you? Okay. All right. That's why you go to the club to show everyone you're autistic?
No, I do that. I don't know. Like, so my goal is to like maybe get more better at social skills. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. That's why you're here. That's why Hank's here.
Yeah, it's not like people aren't part of it because it's like
I mean, my
being-
goal is to get rid of like autistic traits. I mean, it's very easy. Probably you just need some experience.
Yeah, like not interrupting people. That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one actually. Like
Yeah.
no cap.
It's fine. Yeah, I've had those similar struggles. I was possibly thought to maybe have Asperger's, so I get some of the issues and learning experiences behind it. It's not fun to learn your way through that stuff.
So you have to know though that I'm not even like working on the English version of my like social skills though. Yeah,
There's
I
an
didn't know there
English
was
version?
different versions.
Okay. Yeah.
not at the moment at least.
Not at the moment. Okay. So why? All right. Okay. Makes sense. Don't worry.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's like it's not that people aren't involved with the emotional processing because you gotta like it's like when you have the cider thoughts, so to speak, you would your instinct for at least me being an IP is to like overthink the people stuff and the like how I get stuck on it, I guess, and that like ramps up the emotions. And if you're not paying to the emotions, that's when the freakouts start. And you just like gotta pay attention to like your needs in that area and the knowns and unknowns, and just kind of be open to those emotions, and then without freaking out, decide what to do with it, I guess. And like you got to know when to not approach people when you're.
I mean, I'm with you.
like,
You
that
have to.
needy state.
You can't cower away from the emotions. You have to face them, and you have to let yourself feel them. You can't, suppress them. That's
Yeah.
definitely a good first step. Yeah.
It all kind of spawned from me watching Dr. K's member video on like desires and really trying
Okay.
to like process desires and how it sounds like supposedly a lot of what we think is our desires are not our desires. And it's
Okay.
kind of just like, I guess, I don't know how to explain it. If hopefully that just makes enough sense.
I mean, a while ago, someone was telling me that desires are feelings, and I don't know how that makes sense, but
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that specifically. I mean, there's a lot of feelings involved with desires, and it's like we
right.
have attractions to different things, like I would say on like a biological level, like I guess relationship wise, like what you guys were talking about earlier. There's like
I mean, I like the
something-
Nietzschean way of looking at it too, that like we have all of these different wills, all of these different desires. It's not like we have one desire. And
I hate that. I hate that.
You don't like it?
view.
Really?
No, I hate it
Okay.
when you talk about it in the past. Like because you would say that when I was talking about like the authentic self stuff.
Oh,
bring
yeah.
that
Okay.
idea
All right.
up.
Sorry. All right.
And I don't have it processed, so that's like
Okay.
the main reason why it's annoying, because it doesn't feel like it's probably the more of the it doesn't feel very NE language to me, I'm guessing. It doesn't have the SI. But it's an interesting idea that I just don't know much about, but I kind of get the idea. It's like
Yeah. Like
there's
every
a bunch
desire
of
has a will to
poles.
power. Yeah. Desires have a will to power. So whatever desire is in the strong seat or whatever. Yeah.
That part of it makes sense to me too, and that just seems so true. And it's just like, what do you do about that? And it seems like you need to kind of build up, I guess, the anterior cingulate cortex part of your brain.
All right. Go do that then. That's the solution. Good luck. We've solved it.
Helps.
Yeah, it helps. Let's do it. Solved.
It's like so complex. You need like a lot of different areas to work together. A lot of consciousness, and you got to be like really okay riding the wave. Dr. K says it. Like when you have a strong desire, you can like sit with it and you can ride the wave, and eventually it will go away because feelings are not permanent.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, damn, that gets hard.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's kind of like a journey as you experience it, and when you feel where like the thresholds are at, you'll like get more tolerance, I suppose, and more control over like what you're gonna do or not. Am I gonna buy these Cheetos at work today or not?
Right. Well, that's
And
the muscle. Like the more you reject it, the stronger you get at rejecting it, I guess.
yeah, because that's what I was. It's basically when you give into a. It's like one of the big sticking points I forgot about with the video is like, there's only two ways to get rid of desires, and that is either don't give into the desire or give into the desire. Because if you give into the desire goes away, and that's where the comfort is because you no longer have that desire like pulling at you.
I think savior feelers would think differently, to be honest. Like I think savior feelers would acknowledge the desire. Because like if you're rejecting the desire, then it's just going to come back in your subconscious, right?
Yeah, if it's not rejecting it, it's just not participating into it. It's like acknowledging it and being like, okay, I'm not going to give into this desire, and then the feeling will go away, like we were saying. But if you give into the
Right.
desire, the feeling will also go away, but then you're signing yourself up for more craving and more desire later. So it's like really seems to be like, are you going to go the positive direction or the negative direction?
So what are we like literally talking about things like chips? Like
Yes.
craving?
Yeah,
Sure.
pretty much everything.
Yeah. I mean, so the way that the dopamine works, like understanding that I think is helpful. So if you really want the chips, then your dopamine rises and that's trying to push you towards, going for that goal. But if you sit it out and just sit with the feelings, like you're saying, it just passes. I mean, it takes like maybe 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You just say no.
But then you have like, that's what I'm saying, the will to power. So like you want the chips, but you also want to lose weight. So you have two desires that are conflicting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like where part of the challenge in not participating in the desire comes in is like the anticipation that builds. And that's like a part of the dopamine system, right? Like the Pavlov's dog.
Yep.
So it feels like as you're trying to like process like the two options and weighing them, it feels like there's an anticipation element that's connected to that kind of makes you, it's like your brain's tricking you to give into the desire more so. It's like
you need
thing.
You need to know what that's the reward system of the brain. So it's designed in a way so that there's going to be a reward before you do it. That's why you do it.
Yeah, and it sounds like the way you can shift your mindset is to like do it for the you of tomorrow sort of thing.
That's one way. Sure. Yeah, that works.
It's like, because I don't know, it's weird because it seems like one of the ways it was described is that basically you're, by not doing it, you're like passing on the benefit, and like you will never actually receive the benefit because you're always going to be passing it on kind of idea. It's like really wonky.
Well, I mean, another way to look at it is like you can do anything you want. You can eat the chips, you can not eat the chips, but what you're really choosing between consequences. So there's
that too. That is another important idea.
So it's like, which one do you want? So like for me, it's like whenever I'm thinking like, do I really want to drink? It's like, do I want to drink and feel good for a couple hours, or do I want to sleep really well tonight? There's like two different consequences. And it's good to sleep for 8 hours.
Yeah.
So
it's
you
the
just
impulse control. Yeah. It's
And it does seem like there's like a mental way to approach it too, like building up your brain in certain ways. Like there's the story Dr. K told about like some guru guy and one of his students was like struggling to quit eating chips. So he's like asked him what he should do because he's struggling with giving into this desire, and the guru told him to like go to the market and buy 3 chips and always have one on you, and whenever you feel that craving, give into it, but do it with as much awareness as possible. And by like approaching it from that mindset, it's like turning on a different part of your brain to where you're like not operating off of like the habitual part, but it's like, I guess, more of the intentional part, and it like seems to give you more control.
I don't know if I agree with that, but it's a method.
I mean, it makes sense to me in as far as like the anterior cingulate cortex stuff is, which is like, you do something you don't want to do and it builds.
So,
apparently
like, say
strengthens
your
that
desire
bond.
was murdering people, so you always carry 3 victims on you. I don't know.
I mean,
Doesn't make
Another trick that people do, if it's like chips, the little snack packs, just like a little single serving of chips. If you have that in your cupboard or you have it on you at all times, and then that craving comes, like all you have to do is just not eat that one bag of chips. That's all you have to do.
Yeah,
know?
but just that one little bag. It's just a little one. I won't eat the next one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. See, it depends on who you are.
Right.
Because the part of you that wants that has the craving, it's very, very cunning. So,
but I mean, it also works. Just don't keep whiskey in your cabinets.
Yeah, I would, and it's real easy when Russ is out of town. Yeah, nice. I don't buy whiskey. He is the one that buys it. So
right.
Yeah, it's so easy when he was out of town.
So you should really have like those little bottles of whiskey, like in the hotel rooms. And that, like, then your solution would work. You just don't drink that one bottle.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't know that would work for me.
Right.
Or like
now
that wouldn't work for me, but for some people that is their approach. They're like, some alcoholics will keep one of those little bottles in their house, and so then anytime they have the craving, like all I have to do is defeat that tiny little bottle, and that works for them. For me, it wouldn't. At least not right now. Yeah. If that was in front of me, I'd be like, man, I had a rough week. I'm going to drink that.
Reminds me of something my daughter did this week. She was eating a lot of candies, and I was like, okay, no, like, or cookies. I don't remember what it was. I think it was candies. I was like, okay, no more candies. We're going to eat dinner soon. This is your last one. And then she like looked at the candy, and I saw it in her eye, and she like just went for it, opened it really quick, tried to shove it in her mouth. And like I got up and I tried to stop her, but like she did it fast enough to, and then she like just smiled at me. I felt like ripping it out of her mouth, But yeah, I don't know why it reminded me of that,
but I'm just thinking about the building up of like the awareness, intentionality. I think that's building that up is the only way you get to the point of like what you were saying of actually being able to like measure the consequences. I don't think it's like normal for people to be able to just measure the consequences like that.
It's maturity.
Like it's a skill that's learned, and that takes like that awareness and intentionality that you need to build up.
Yeah, it's maturity. Kids don't have that. Addicts don't have that.
And and I think that's like a part of why the Guru Chip story is like, it makes sense to me on why that would work. And it's also different from the murder thing because the murderer wants to kill people, like if they actually didn't want to kill people.
Let's say the murderer wanted to stop killing people, but then he would do it intentionally to like it. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. I would say try it, but I don't think you have the problems to need to try that.
Right.
But I feel like I was trying to experiment with it a little bit, and it definitely felt like it helped a little bit, but it definitely did not feel like the full puzzle in like my experience of Cheetos at work.
I wonder if like anchoring emotions does help, because like I think whenever I've been disgusted with myself, like disgust is a powerful one. That helps me stop doing it the next time. Like, okay, you did it this one time, but I'm just so disgusted with myself that drives the next time. I think disgust is very powerful.
But for me, it feels like it drives the next time as in like, well, I already suck. So I hate myself that I'm going to choose the option that's bad for me.
Yeah, I have some of that. Oh, I have both. Yeah. Like the disgust can be really powerful, but I also have like, well, I'm a loser anyway. So
yeah.
Hey, Neurojack, jump on. The link is in the description, buddy.
I wanted to know what you meant by.
Can you share my screen real quick?
Emotional rooting. What was that you said about emotional rooting? What?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So I we're gonna unsub from our programming this morning, but this is garbage like this. So I made a post here that mentioned Richard Stallman. Someone said I got 5 downvotes. Someone said a very, very false claim Richard Stallman like 13 rows, so he got booted from GNU. I fact checked it. He's still in GNU. But this is I don't know if this is a botnet or subreddit or a tarnet, but I unsub from it because there's just too many stupid people here. This disgusts me. I don't want to bother. He said it was booed from GNU. He's still in GNU, and he's gonna get lots of upvotes because a lot of people hate Richard Stallman.
What was this context? Who is Richard Stallman? I'm not following Hank.
He made the core operating system for Linux. He runs on Linux. He made and maintains a bunch of the core.
And he likes chips.
Does he like chips? I don't know.
Okay.
But
all right.
It disgusts me. That subreddit disgusts me so much with the people in these. I unsubbed.
Oh,
I
okay.
unsubbed earlier. I unsubbed this morning, but this is an example of why I unsubbed because they'll brigade to push non-facts. So I don't want. I'm tired of them. Tired of their shenanigans.
Well, I'm glad you were able to leave then.
Yep.
But Benjamin, you said something about at the beginning of your story. You were talking about emotional rooting. Is that what you said? You used like some term to describe what you were talking about. How using the emotions of the like disgust to work for you later by like rooting yourself in that emotion.
Right. Yeah. Associating that emotion with that action. Yeah.
It's hard.
But I don't know how like a savior feeler would do it. It's just one of the techniques I've figured out.
Yeah, it's interesting. It feels like with the right mindset that works that way, because it's like that's seems to be why we have like the emotions of like disgust or like fear of judgment, or like why being judged is good in a sense, because it like produces corrective actions. But I feel like unless you have the right mindset, then that can kind of go the other direction, like I was talking about. And it's like,
I mean, they say disgust is like one of the strongest emotions. Before someone's about to commit a crime or like an assault, they pick up on a sense of disgust on their face, or like the biggest sign that a marriage is going to break up is if there's a feeling of disgust in one of the partners. So I don't know. I just feel like it's one of those strong ones. What's up, Neurojack?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good. Been a while.
Welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't sure what you guys were talking about, so I don't want to interrupt. But
we're
I
talking
felt
about emotions.
moved to come. I felt moved to come on, so I don't know why, but
nice.
But yeah,
how are you doing? How are you doing with the new border thing going on? I figure you'd be happy about that.
You have a good memory, so I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know. I have very mixed feelings on a lot of things going
on. I should probably get off and go to sleep. So, I really appreciate you listening to my emotional processing. I didn't expect it to.
No, yeah, thanks for bringing it on. Good topic, yeah.
I thought it was going to not make sense and be like boring and stuff and all the other decider fears. Before I go,
well, good way to not make it weird before you jumped off.
Thanks. Sarcasm, maybe.
No, yeah.
My grandma wanted me to ask you a question.
Your grandma? Hi, Grandma.
Yes. She wanted me to ask you if you have a bunker in your house.
I don't know. No.
Okay, she's talking like she thought she heard that there's like new building codes where all houses have to have a bunker, and
usually they do. Yeah, they usually do. But in mine, I don't have it. It was built a while ago. Yeah.
I told her she can hop on the stream if she wants. Last Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be a wild ride and stuff. You definitely wouldn't want to get some conversations started because she'll just go off saying like the same things and like what's true or not true, masculine TE stuff.
All right. Well, say hi to your grandma.
I will. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
All right, later, man.
Bye.
How many units are in your building?
8.
Hmm.
I mean,
Are you
8 in
guys-
this. There's like a few of them that are 8, like right next to each other.
Oh yeah. Are you friends with everybody?
With the neighbors.
Yeah.
No, I had some drama happen here, so I kind of stay away from them.
Well,
Yeah. The guy downstairs is kind of a pervert, and he's like, I had a guest over, and he like went up and started massaging her and stuff like that. So it was like, yeah,
gross.
yeah, and apparently he gave a kiss to a 16-year-old or something like that. Like he's not okay. I don't know, just not friends. Just keeping my distance, trying not to knock people out and go to jail. You know.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I like. I don't want to interrupt what you guys are talking about. If you don't mind, I'll answer your question briefly, and then
Yeah, no, you're not interrupting. This open panel, man. We're on
what
topic.
because what you're talking about was interesting too. Just there because we deal with the same kind of things no matter where we are in the world, right? And I think that's very
right.
interesting. But yeah, I think with the border thing, I have very mixed feelings. I would say, like, I kind of, on the surface, I definitely do like what Trump's doing, although I'm not really a, big fan of Trump. Honestly, I think that, I think that on the surface, I think that America needs to renegotiate their deals for sure. And yeah, so I mean that's just kind of my general opinion, and I think that I think that the border thing is like honestly too little, too late, unfortunately, because I mean honestly, I mean,
So you don't think it's not better late than never?
yeah, I do, but I mean I don't know. Well, let me ask you this: like, I don't know what your affinity for Europe or America is, and I don't really blame people one way or the other, honestly, if they love us or hate us. Just like I'm sure you feel the same way about Israel, right?
Yeah.
But I would say that, like, I think because I think the idea of America I support, but I think that our actions have been wrong in a lot of ways. Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't mean that we've done all bad. I think we have done a lot of good, but we've also done a lot of bad too, right? So I think it's a mix. But I would say that, like, what I see happening to Europe, like, I'll be honest, I've met a lot of Europeans, and I don't really like a lot of Europeans, right? I don't get along with them very well, to be honest with you. Like, maybe it's something about how I grew up as an American, right? Like, I think Americans are very unique from Europeans, And I like it's kind of funny in a way because everybody thinks that, like, the Europeans got to stick together, and in some ways I kind of like that idea, but in another way, like, my reality experience is that a lot of Europeans, I don't like them very much. I don't like their attitude. I don't like the way they do things. But I don't like seeing this mess that's been created in Europe. I think that's very bad for everyone, including Europeans. And I don't know what to do about it, but I don't want to see that happen in America. Basically, like, I think that we've let way too many people in way too fast, and it does, at the very least, it's diluting the culture that I want to preserve. And whether it should be preserved is a whole other question, right? I mean, I think that America has a lot of problems, but I don't think exacerbating those problems is a good idea. And
Well,
so,
like
Do you think it's a good idea to deport criminals, like kick them out of the country all the way? You think that's a good idea? That's not just illegal immigrants, but other kind of criminals.
oh yeah, absolutely. I think that if you're a violent criminal that has done something very serious, and, like, we're extremely sure of what you've done, I think that the punishment should be much harsher, and the nicest thing I think we should do is deport them to somewhere else. I mean, that's the nicest
Like if
thing.
they're not citizens, you mean?
Well, honestly, even if they are citizens, to be honest with you, like, at this point,
Well,
like,
because
I
if
think,
they are citizens, then they're your responsibility, and if you deport them, you're screwing over another country by giving them a murderer.
well, yeah, but that's what's been done to America. So I'm just saying, tit for tat. If they want to do that to us, so if they want to do that to us, then I think we should just do that in return.
I mean,
You know?
that's childish, but yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, all is fair in love and war, right? And I think that
Okay.
America is at war, and we're not honest about that. And some people blame Israel, some people blame Russia, some people blame people from within. But I think it's really everybody. I think the whole world has just become very selfish, including the United States. And
Yeah.
and,
I mean,
something's going to have to change. And I just look at it from a negotiation standpoint. If you do this to us, we'll do worse to you. And I think that's fair, personally.
Yeah.
Maybe that's escalation.
So
Maybe that's overly escalation of the problem. But I just think that you have to start somewhere, right? And if we're in a negotiation, that has to be a negotiation.
like in nature, borders like a cell membrane or stuff like that, they serve a purpose. Like they're not there for
Yeah.
no reason. Yeah, borders
Right.
are there
Well,
to control
yeah.
what goes in and out. Yeah, and
Yeah,
to
and again, like
preserve what's inside. And
yeah,
not,
yeah. Well, and again, it's just funny because like I know a lot of people beat up on Israel, and I think there's some good reasons too, and I think there's other reasons to just say that a lot of the people in Israel are just people like everybody else, and and I think that
Don't go this way, Daddy.
okay, but I think ultimately I just look at it like this, like
Daddy,
you know
don't go this way.
the thing I like about Israel, stop, dude. They have a identity.
what's going on, buddy?
They have an identity. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah,
And
that's what the border is. The border is there to preserve what's inside. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just think that look, America is losing its identity. So that's why nobody's really fighting to protect it. So either we need to find an identity and stick to it, or create a new one, which I'm okay with as well. But this way that we're going about that is not working very well, right? And so I'm not really like a fascist in the sense where like I think that everybody should, be executed if they mess up or whatever. But the other side is like there's a cancer in America, and if something doesn't change, it's gonna kill the host. And I think that people just don't want to admit that because the corruption is just so deep. But it's also hard to detect, and like I think it's coming from the top and from the bottom equally. Like there's just a lot of people that have become like nihilistic.
I mean, also in
we got
nature,
a
you get
callback.
things.
That's where the psychopaths are, the top and the bottom. So we have a callback
Right.
to the show.
Callback. There you go.
Yep.
Well, so the other thing is like you do have these relationships in nature. Like you got the parasitic relationships, you have the symbiotic relationships, you got all this kind of stuff. And yeah, part of defending what you're talking about is getting rid of the parasitic ones, but like don't hurt the symbiotic ones. Symbiotic ones you need. I think everybody just muted themselves.
No, and I agree with you, and I think it's a lot more sophisticated than people realize, and
Yeah.
and I think a lot of the big problem that I see in America is that Americans are looking at things over simplistically, which is a strength of ours, but I think it's been kind of used to our disadvantage, where we're not really looking at it from the way other people do, right? I think that's a big problem in America. Like we think everyone's like us, and that's just not the case. And I think that's become a big weakness of
That's
Americans.
definitely not the case. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that it's making us weak in so many ways because, we're just kind of sitting ducks in a lot of ways. And I think it's a shame because I think even the people that want to destroy America are gonna not benefit from the destruction of America. I think it's gonna drag the whole world down, and I think that's gonna be a shame because when people realize that.
Part of it is like the tall poppy thing too, where like, no one wants anyone to be better than any other group. You know what I mean? So like America does kind of has had a tall poppy for a while. So that's kind of part of bringing it down.
And look, the world is going to go on one way or the other, so
yeah, that's right.
It is what it is. And, for me at this point, I'm almost thinking like, is it better to just run away, or I'm not going to stay and fight. I might be here, but I'm not going to fight too much. I mean, I'm fighting in some ways, but in general, I think I'm more interested in creating something new. I don't think that I'm not trying to hold on to the past anymore. I think that there's no point. The past is gone, and we're never going to get it back. And so we have to think of like, well, what do we want to build in the future? And I'm curious, like what do you think? Like, what do you feel about the analog between Israel and America? And I'm asking genuinely because I know that like I joke about things and people misconstrue it like I hate people of a certain thing. I really don't, but it's just it's interesting because I think that the relationship between Israel, America, Russia, England, China, all the big players, I think that we all need to really look in the mirror and say, who are we and what do we want to build in the future, regardless of who's quote unquote in charge? Because I think now we're all interdependent upon each other, whether we want to admit that or not, and I think that the way that the G7 has done things in a very, like, I would just say dysgenic fashion, it can't go on, right? So something's got to change. And I don't know what that change is going to be, but something's got to change. So I was just kind of curious, what do you think? What do you hope for in the future from your perspective?
I mean, does someone else want to answer first?
Yeah, I guess I do. So, yeah, making a new thing. I guess you just make a new identity just by doing stuff, because I don't see any other way to do it. You just do stuff, and eventually people will talk
Just
about
do
you
stuff.
doing stuff. Yeah,
Just do it. Nike slogan. That's the answer.
yeah. So other people talk about you doing stuff, and then people will copy you, and then we have the culture, identity, and that stuff.
I can say that. That's one of the things is, like, I was saying this earlier in the stream too, like different countries and different places come up with solutions to problems, like different systems, different things that we should be copying. Like if it's working and efficient, and then so like, why are we stuck in our archaic system? So like the whole healthcare thing in the US is an example of that. It's like, why is the US still not, making healthcare public? Why is it still privatized when it's been shown to, like, just make American people suffer and the rest of the world is okay? Like, it's not the best solution, but it's better than what you got, unless you're rich. Like if you're rich, it's better to, pay for your own medical stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I live in a place where it's already subsidized, and
Right.
I think that works pretty well, although there's definitely still a lot of
Right.
corruption.
I mean, it's just one example. The other example I brought up was metric. Why don't you guys just take metric? Or like, I really want to see here in Israel, the bureaucracy system from Estonia. I don't care about you guys, but you guys should want it too.
I do metric. I mean, we're at -3 degrees spammer. -3 degrees Celsius. So I'm doing metric.
Good for you.
Where do you live that your healthcare is subsidized?
California.
Oh yeah, I'm in Oregon, so same thing.
Yeah, and I think that works pretty well. I think it's pretty fair, to be honest. And California. So I think California is kind of a weird thing because it's done a lot of things wrong. But even with all the corruption and stuff, like, it could manage things better. I mean, my biggest problem with California is that it's not the price, it's not the tax, it's not any of that. The biggest problem with California on the ground level, I would say, is just the drugs and the crime. I mean, I'm at the point where I think like drugs and crime should be a capital punishment after a certain point. Like, I think that it's just, people cannot feel comfortable to go around and just rob and steal and kill. You know what I mean? Like that's got to be number one, because if people don't feel safe, people are not going to invest in the future, right? People are not going to want to raise their kids here. They're not going to want to make something of what we have, right? And I know the same thing. I think that the political corruption is very bad, where this whole equality and all this, like, I think that it's just so detrimental, where they're like, they take whatever minority group and they try to raise them up. And the problem is not that everybody should not have equal representation. We're already supposed to have that in law. The problem is that it comes at the expense of everybody else, so there's no negotiation allowed. And I think that that's a problem. And I think that's kind of the thing with the healthcare, right? Like, in theory, private private businesses should be in negotiation with the customers, right? And I think that they've successfully done regulatory capture to prevent that from happening on the customer level, right? And particularly with the insurance companies, because the insurance companies are basically writing the law that the citizens and the medical field have to comply with, right? And now you have also a lot of big pharmaceutical companies that write the law and stuff like that. And I think that that's just a big problem. We need some sort of incentive for people who are knowledgeable to want to protect people with the law rather than use it as a purely for profit, right? Because profit doesn't equal morality, obviously, right? So
Well,
there's
yeah,
got to be some sort of thing.
well, it depends on what we allow to profit. So we just have to make sure that people don't profit when they are immoral. Yeah, but it's easier said than done. I mean,
Yeah, well,
doing a database to find the document misbehaving companies so we can defund them, but still it's a lot of work.
Well, I think that at some point we have to take away corporate immunity as far as saying, well, the corporation takes responsibility, not the people who run the corporation. And again, you can't do that as things are now because the situation, unfortunately, is just where you have to. The situation is unfortunately now where CEOs and board members and stuff like this are legally obligated to put profit before people. So they can literally you can actually be personally liable if you don't put profit before people as a part of the corporate structure. That's got to change, right?
Yeah, for publicly traded companies, yes. So if we have to probably change that for publicly traded companies for sure. Publicly traded companies don't make a difference. They can decide what they want, but for publicly traded companies.
Two things. Hi, Nico, and I think Annie had a bunch. I don't know what there was to respond there, but it sounded like you wanted to respond to something.
No, I saw Nico pop on, and I just wanted to say your friend that submitted to CRG, you did an interview with him, and the audio was so bad. I cannot inflict any team with that video. I mean, I really tried just to see if I could personally understand, and the audio was really not good.
He is such a quiet talker. He is so quiet. That was our probably 10th take that was probably his 10th take for getting the computer to try and pick up his voice.
Yeah, for the 11th take, try using microphones.
Yeah.
Well, did you write it down? Because you could probably just feed
the AI to
transcript. To
I don't even think the AI could understand because it wasn't generating. The AI wasn't generating the transcript.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is incredibly soft-spoken, and it hurts him to speak up.
What do you think about what Nero was saying about healthcare, Annie? How it's subsidized and it's okay, it works.
I mean, it works for me right now. I mean, for me, it's been a dream, but I still see a lot of problems with the system. It's like I agree. I spent so much of my adulthood without insurance that now I finally have it. I feel so blessed, so much safer, but I still see a lot of problems with the system.
Yeah, I agree. Insurance is incentivized to cover their own financial assets, so they'll find any loophole possible to make it so they don't have to cover you.
Exactly, and that means it's a Ponzi scheme.
It makes complete sense from the business standpoint because if they cover you, they're losing money.
Exactly.
Well, I'll put it this way: the idea of America from the beginning was always about, at least in theory, about decentralized power of the people to, negotiate with the powers in charge, right? And I think similarly, the way that that was never intended to be everyone equally honest. You know, we all know that. I think that there has to be some sort of sliding scale in this new situation where we have negotiation power as individuals, but not everybody equally has the same amount of power. And I know that that sounds like very wrong, but there's, you know, not everybody has, you know, equally moral intentions within a system. And I think that that's being shown again from the top and the bottom, where, you know, and again, like you can see that in Europe too, where people just show up and they get free money to sit around and do drugs, drink all day, and same thing here in America.
How did you know that's what Europe was? How did you know that?
What do you mean?
That people, that's what Europe is, that they just sit around and get money to do drugs.
Well, I'm talking about the immigrants that go there. But I could say that in America it's both. It's both the immigrants coming in, and it's a lot of people that, you know, are born here and just, you know, want to do nothing all day because they get welfare, you know. And I don't think that it's wrong to necessarily you know, do nothing, but definitely if you're doing drugs and abusing people in your spare time, I think that that's a problem, right? And we shouldn't subsidize that, you know.
Okay, I'm everything but the last part and an immigrant. I don't abuse people. I don't think.
Yeah, well, I was saying both immigrants and people born here do that. So it's not, I'm not calling out one or the other, but definitely if you have a population that's already doing that and you add to it, that's not good. And also, like, I don't believe that bringing people into a system purely for economic, quote unquote, reasons is good, because basically you're saying that you want to exploit new people because the old people don't want to be exploited. You know, and I think that that's a problem all the way around as well. And eventually they're going to get to the point where they don't really need people either, right? So then what are we going to do when they don't even need people to run the corporate system? Right?
Do something else. We're gonna do something else with our time. Maybe play video games.
Well, that's actually why I came up. I wanted to ask Benjamin and everyone kind of like, what do you think this is going to head when, you know, the AI basically takes most jobs away and robotics takes all the jobs away? Like, how do you feel as a, you know, from an Israeli standpoint and also just as a human standpoint, you know?
Mark, so we talk about this. We're supposed to have leisure time after that. That's the win. But
I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that we're insisting on having jobs when we don't have to have jobs. Like, yeah, the economic system does not support a jobless economy, but we should have one that supports the reduction of work, of labor at least, not work necessarily. Because like a lot of jobs people would do anyways. Like people are getting paid for stuff they would just do anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
not
I
a
mean,
lot of them are actual labor.
I mean, I can see let me just paint a little scenario for you and see if it makes sense, because I can kind of see what you're saying. Let me put it this way. Like, if AI allows people to be creative and like, I'll say from my perspective, like the idea that now in my 30s, I can create a company and run it all with AI and basically express myself and make money and do all these creative things. So like I actually want to work and I don't have to have a boss. That is very encouraging in a sense, right? But then I look out in the general masses and I see people that are, you know, basically nihilistic and black-pilled.
COVID. Yeah, one of the things I saw with COVID is there was a period, I don't know how it was over there, but here there was a period of time where only people who were necessary were allowed to leave their house and go to work. If you weren't considered necessary, you stay at home. And the world ran just fine. Everything ran just fine. We didn't actually need that many people. We didn't need that many jobs. And so it's like, okay, so like all these people who are not necessary, they're doing something. Sure, they're doing something, but why is it considered work and labor? Like if we actually divided out all the work that had to be done, we'd probably only do an hour each and we'd be done. And with AI and robotics, we couldn't even reduce that. So,
I agree.
The economic system we're stuck
agree.
in is forcing us to keep jobs, but maybe that's the problem.
No, well, no, I can definitely agree, and I think that you're kind of pointing to something that I want to talk about more, and so I appreciate what you're saying because, in a sense, I can kind of see that ultimately this is going to lead us to a bottleneck of pressure from an evolutionary standpoint, which from a perspective could be seen as a good thing or a bad thing, or maybe indifferent because it's inevitable at this point, which is that people that want to get married and have kids and produce things and do good things, they're going to be ultimately rewarded if they play with the way things are technologically. And then people that basically just want to be selfish and go do drugs and never have kids and never, produce anything are just going to
And
ultimately phase themselves out, which again,
I love how you group everything
yeah.
together. It's like you could sneak something in there if you wanted to. Yeah, they do drugs and they like Israel. Those guys.
Well, I didn't say anything
Yeah.
I didn't say
No,
anything
no,
about
no, no.
Israel.
I'm like the way you group things together. You could just like slide extra stuff in there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, again,
Yeah, yeah,
I'm setting up two extremes, right? Like these are the two extremes, right?
yeah, yeah.
And then you could put anything in the middle. But my point is that there seems to be not very much in the middle, and that's kind of my point overall. Is like you're going to have to choose one. You're either going to cooperate with things, or you're not going to cooperate with things. And I'm not saying it's all bad. It's not all bad. There's a lot of good that can come out of it and is coming
So
out of it. I'm
what
just
I'm
saying
saying is,
that.
what is the purpose of work? Like, what is why are we working? Why do we even have this thing called work in the world? Like, why don't we start from there? Here, Nico, why don't you give it a shot? Answer that question. Why is there work?
What do you want? What do you want from me? No.
Why?
Work.
Tell me, why do we need work in the world?
Okay. So why do we need work in the world? Well,
You jobless leech.
yeah, of course, because I'm the best person to be answering this.
No, tell us.
So, okay, I believe that some degree of work is necessary in order to keep things. I guess you could say growing and progressing. Um, progress. I know progress isn't an innate thing, but
Also, again, what is
it,
progress? How do you define progress?
I would say progress is akin to evolution, to where the more a certain system progresses, the more and more it is robust and is capable of dealing with external pressures and
Yeah.
internal pressures that could destroy it. Because at the end of the day, things just don't want to die. You know, um, and work and stuff and all of that is doing the tasks that are necessary and delegating the tasks that are necessary to keep a certain system alive and functioning.
Yep.
So
Okay,
what
you
do you
you,
need to
kind you
do?
kind of got it. You kind of got it. Yeah. So I would simplify the definition, just make it super simple. Work is there to sustain life, and progress is there to eliminate work. And so that's really what the whole thing is all about. So if we actually had that as our progress, eliminating work, that means we would be able to survive without work because that's all the work is for, to help us sustain ourselves.
Well,
And
there'd
so,
be more than likely new work because there's not an
well,
ultimate. There's not an.
if
Sure,
you're able to, no,
ideally eliminate all work. You could just be like an observer.
or
You
reduce
could do
reduce the
nothing.
amount of work needed to sustain ourselves. That's
Yeah,
progress. Because
because
like today,
everybody
you could
used to
see that
work.
people are working a lot less, and we're running into a situation where we're going to get a lot of people that don't have jobs because we can sustain ourselves without work. And like that to me is progress. The fact that we're at a point in history where we don't need everyone to work anymore, right?
Because it
Yeah,
means people can pursue creative endeavors
Yep, that's right, or
that
whatever.
that can actually begin to unlock more jobs because now there's a new
Right.
field to be discovered. There's a new field to be worked on that
I would
can
say that's all
improve
progress.
our system.
All progress is a leap in reducing the amount of work we have to do or sustaining us better, right?
Like there's a semblance of progress whenever we move to the agricultural revolution. Now we
Right.
have food stores
Right.
that
Sustaining ourselves better.
yeah,
Yep. Yeah.
yeah, we allow people to explore other things and do other things that they wouldn't have normally done. And now you have pottery and all of this other stuff
Right.
that becomes what do you might call it?
And philosophy.
Yeah, pottery, philosophy, arts,
Hmm.
everything that's integral to a culture and maintaining an identity as a as the organism that is your culture,
Right.
and your society.
So then you get into work that is not there for sustaining us. So I would say it's not work. I would say it's like you said, it's culture. It's something beyond
Well,
work. It's identity.
so there's so much packed in this conversation, and I really appreciate it because this is kind of a culmination of a lot of conversations I've had recently, and I want to take it in 15 different directions, but I want to I think that you guys are doing a good job of what you're saying there. So like progress is basically eliminating work, and definitely I see that the system is inhibiting that process of what you're saying.
There you go. Exactly.
And I
Right.
agree, and I definitely agree from that standpoint, and I think that it is a very real, very
Plus
dangerous
they're
problem.
fucking sliding.
Yeah.
Oh, this is concerning.
But I would say that so you have progress, and then you have, what was the other term that you used?
Well, what is work? Like, okay, so like
Work,
say
right.
progress is eliminating work. So what is work? What are we trying to eliminate?
I mean, again, work is the tasks, the repetitive tasks that are needed to be done in order to sustain an organism.
Right.
Whether that's
Sustaining. Yeah. Right. So yeah, so then you get into work. So okay, so you have work for sustaining and then work for progress. Work for progress is eliminating work, right? And that is also a type of work. So the more work for progress we can have, the more work we're eliminating.
Yeah, it's
Right.
just the thing is that a lot of people like they like to be given a sense of direction. They have trouble finding and carving their own direction in the world, which is why our system gives a lot of people jobs that would inherently be a form of meaningless. At least that's how it was. But now what happens is that the system has commoditized those jobs, made them rampant, and made them so mundane that people are beginning to react negatively towards it.
That's also where you get scammers coming in, because scammers don't have anything to actually contribute, so they're just going to scam each other.
Well, yeah, that's what the whole cryptocurrency thing has really been about, unfortunately, and I think that it's a preview of kind of the future of this if we don't get ahead of it. And so, just really briefly, I just want to stick with the medical theme, just to
here, if you can. So I would say that, let's take doctors, right? Ideally, a doctor's job would be to keep you healthy and hold you accountable to keep it healthy. And then let's say that by some accident you get hurt during, farm work if we're in a less technological age, or even now, but you know what I'm saying. Or if you're, just driving down the highway and someone smashes into you for whatever reason, right? And you got to be put back together again, right? You know, that would be ideal, but now doctors are basically there to wait till you're really hurt and really bad off, and then give you a pseudo solution that is profitable. That's a problem, right?
Right. So again, go back to the definition, go back to the context. The doctors are there to sustain life and to sustain society. And progress is there to eliminate work, eliminate the need for doctors.
But
so
what has happened?
One second.
Yeah.
So eliminating the need for doctors can come from a bunch of different places. One of them could be just, okay, robot, AI doctors, whatever. Or it could be, okay, no, people aren't getting sick as much anymore. People aren't crashing in their cars anymore, right? And then both ways, like you're reducing the amount of work needed, the amount of doctors needed, the amount of sustaining. Yeah.
Right, I agree. And the only thing I can say, and I want Jobless Leaks to jump in. The only thing I would say is that the problem that a lot of us have started to notice is that if you're looking at it from a standpoint of efficiency, where does efficiency become dehumanizing to the point where then it's like, well, does the problem that we're trying to solve take away the meaning of what it means to be human? And I think that's what Jobless Week was kind of referring to, of like, what meaning does life have if you take away all suffering? And maybe does that make people feel less human, I guess, or something else? I can't really put into words what I'm trying to refer to, but hopefully that kind of puts a little seed of that.
The thing, well, yeah, and the thing is that this kind of thing has happened so fast that humans are really, really struggling to adapt to it. And it's not a million year. It's like climate change as well. You know, it's not a 10,000 year process anymore. It's like that. It's really quick.
You're grouping other things into it now.
Which is similar to,
I agree with everything else. What does this climate change have to do with it?
It's happening so fast that a lot of organisms and ecosystems are having trouble reacting. This is true. This is just a true statement. Now going back, what I could say is an issue is that people create these systems, these businesses, these whole bureaucracies in order to make life easier, right? In order to make money, because money is akin to survival. You need money to survive. It's the currency of life in our day and age.
Right now, in our current economic climate.
So you build these systems that are, going to be effective at earning this life currency. And what happens is that the system becomes so complex and complicated that it has its own emergent phenomena and identity that is beyond that of the workers and the bureaucrats and the business people who own it. So now the system is using us, or
so you just change. Yeah, let me jump in. You changed the definition of work there, right? So you changed the definition of work from sustaining us to making money. And I think that's the thing that sort of got missed in the translation.
Well, so, here's the thing. In our current climate, what I'll say is that money is a form of sustaining us.
No. So again, if we go back to what is the purpose of work, if you change the purpose of work to making money, that is not actually the purpose of work.
Yeah. We need to define what money is. So money is credit debt pairs in our bank.
Right. So ideally, in this context, in the context of work, money is a way to track work. It's a way to track the value of work, like ideally.
Yes.
Right.
And I just want to say that, basically money is a representation of value, essentially. Right. And what value means is going to depend on many factors, including some things you can control and some things you cannot control. Right.
So let's take your bureaucracy example. We can make the bureaucracy so complicated and make more jobs out of the bureaucracy, and it'll cost more money to run and more work to run. And that's only because we're missing the point. We're missing the point of what is progress. Progress is eliminating work, not adding more work. And so when you get like a country that's trying to create jobs, they're actually going against progress.
Well, what happens is that it gives more work for the people, but it eliminates work for the bureaucracy and the system itself. Because I'm calling the bureaucracy in the business a form of life form in itself. So it is eliminating work. You know, it creates more jobs to eliminate its own, you know, its own struggle, you could say. Fucking hell. Where the fuck do I? Oh no, I know where it is. Never mind. Speaking of work, I'm going to a fucking job fair. So.
You might want to change your name before you go there.
Yeah. To, you know, jobless opportunist. There we go.
Well, I just want to say, like, again, I really appreciate the conversation a lot because this is a very productive conversation, in my opinion. One of the most productive I've had in a long time. You know, one of the top 10, I would say, I've ever had. So,
good too.
I didn't know.
Yeah, no, because
cook over here. I came
and
in to hang.
Hey, oh, and so let me put it this way, because I want to take it whatever direction you guys want to take, but I just want to squeeze in a couple more things to illustrate what I'm trying to get at. Is what, you know, just to make it very clear. You know, like I'll give you an example. Like let's just make it very visceral for people, right? Like when I go out into the world where I live at, right? And I notice that the women are not really interested in getting with a man. They're not interested in having a family until maybe in their 30s if lucky, right? In general, women are not really wanting to do that. The men are kind of like checking out of society, right? Now, whether you want to blame that on technological progress or whatever, you know, I'm not saying that it's all bad. I can understand where people are coming from. If we get to a state of being in which life is so pleasurable that we don't really feel the need to reproduce, I don't think that's necessarily all bad in and of itself. But definitely the way that things are, we're in this kind of like moment of bottleneck, right? I don't see that as a positive, but maybe on the other side of this, things are gonna be just fine anyways. But I just think that, you know, the fact that I see that so many young people are just uninterested in sex, they're uninterested in having a family, they're uninterested in reproducing and having children and watch families grow and build society in that fashion. I find that extremely disturbing, right? And so I guess what are your guys' thoughts on, like, not only that, but with that in mind, the thing that we're talking about, right?
Oh yeah. So I'm interested, but I don't meet their standards. So it's really, unless you can allow me to use force, there's really nothing I can do.
Yeah. Well, I think what Neurojack is saying as well, Hank, for you is if women were more interested, you would meet their standards, or you would meet some of their standards.
That's a nit that we don't have. That's incorporeal at the moment. So it's really it falls in their court.
Right. I'll tell you the way I see it in life. I see that there's phases. I'm just sort of processing this as I go right now, right? I mean, I see when you're younger, you stick to your parents. You start off in a family, right? You have brothers, sisters, all that kind of stuff. Then you start to move into friends groups, and there you have a high, like you're doing that when you sort of learn to socialize, and then you reach puberty, and you're getting exposed to more people in order to meet them and start your own family. And the place we're getting stuck is in that stage where people don't want to move from that stage to the next stage. And why that is it more comfortable? Is it more fun? Is it more? Yeah, I don't know. But like, definitely also, like, when you see people actually make families, they stop socializing as much. They have less friends. They don't, they spend time with family.
I totally agree with that. And I think that's also equally a big problem because, unfortunately, for whatever reason, the socialization process, like you said, has become very atomized. And this is a worldwide problem. It's not a problem only in the West. Everywhere in the world, this has become a problem where People are living in nuclear families alone at best. And there's not, like you said, there's not a village aspect. And I'm sure I think you're a father, but I am, and I can tell you, like, it's a very isolating experience. It really truly does take a village to raise one kid, in my opinion, right?
Mhm.
And that those villages are exponentially disappearing over time
Right,
for
because you have
whatever
less
reason.
kids. You have less kids. You need less villages. Yeah.
Right, and then then you put yourself in a thing is like, should we categorize ourselves of reproducers versus non-reproducers, and do that? And I don't think that that's a healthy way to look at it, but I think
No,
this
not at
very
all.
quickly
Well,
we're going
especially
to
with
end
your
up that way.
definition. Yeah, your definition of it takes a village to raise a kid. So it doesn't matter if they're a reproducer or not a reproducer. The fact that you're part of the village means you're contributing to the future. You know what I'm saying?
Well, in theory, but again, this is why I think where the rubber meets the road between technology and real progress versus pseudo progress. And I think that this is where a lot of animosity is grown against, quote unquote, the system, or whoever runs the banks, or this. Like, I'll tell you, my angle is like, whoever's running society, I don't blame them, because I think they actually don't have a lot of control, although a lot of people want to pretend that they do. But my argument is that whoever's in control needs to. I mean, whoever's kind of sculpting things at the higher level needs to start taking these things into account, because ultimately I just see that, like, nihilism is a real problem, right? I think Nietzsche was really correct on that. Like,
Yeah.
if people basically live their life as if God is dead, that's a very big problem, right? And I think that
Okay, there's a lot going on there. Yeah. Okay, so part of what's going on is whoever's in charge of the world is no longer alive, right? Whoever set up these ideas and these systems is long gone, and they're not living to see what happened to their systems. Like, maybe the systems are playing out the way they wanted them to, but probably not. And like, if you no longer have someone able to change the system, or like curve the system that they built, the system takes on a life of its own. And yeah, there's no one really directing the race anymore. So
right, and I think that there could be a way that people with a certain mindset, like us on this panel, we can somehow start to direct things in a better direction. But I don't know how that is. I don't know what the right I don't know what the right process is. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is like, there's got to be some way that we can have a more symbiotic relationship with, quote unquote, the system or whatever, right? I think going for a symbiotic, at the very least, a symbiotic thing, if not. Because at what point does the system take on a parasitical relationship with us, even though it was built to serve us? In theory.
yeah, well, whoever was in charge of the system made the system not only to serve us, but also to exploit us in a lot of cases, and exploit us for their benefit. And they're gone. So who are they exploiting us for now? You know what I mean? Now it's just for the system. It's for whatever's going on. I mean, it's kind of a doomsday look at it, but I can't see it a different way.
Well, they were made to serve us, but like I said before, and like you mentioned yourself, it takes on a life of its own. So
Yeah.
whenever a system that big takes a life of its own, and you could ascribe a form, like, say you could ascribe a form of consciousness and autonomy to the system, right? The way that it will treat us is like how our body treats red blood cells and the cells of the body.
Well,
Because working like that, and doing those tasks, that we would do for the system, is going to be the most beneficial for its survival.
if I were to go back to where the system started, I would say it was feudalism. And feudalism was a true symbiotic relationship, because feudalism, you had the lord of the land, and you had everyone, and he owned the land, and he was making sure that everyone on his land got fed, right? That was everyone on his land was his responsibility. And then whatever work he needed from them, they would provide that for him. So like, it was a unit, this feudalistic unit. And like that feudalistic system still exists. Like a company is a feudalistic system. Like a company is responsible for all its employees, and the employees are responsible to give their work to the feudal master, right? So
and then the consumers
right.
are going to be the farms and the fields and everything that the workers go to reap from.
Sure. But then when did we go from this symbiotic relationship where the feudalistic system was serving the people and the people were serving the system, because you can't have one without the other, you're supporting each other, to a point where one is getting exploited by the other, and it's getting carried away. The person who started is gone.
So I would like to poise a relationship between our mind, i.e. the way we see ourselves, and our body. I.e. our emergent phenomena that is our consciousness, and the body that supports it. So what happens is that us as a system becomes so complex that we're not working, or we're not functioning to serve and give back to a single cell. We're giving back to the collective cells. Like, I'm not trying to build a muscle cell. I am trying to build my muscles. So what happens is that the individual cells, which would be us at this point, are just lost in the riffraff, and they only have purpose. They only seem to have purpose as a collective. I
don't know if this is what you're saying. Right. I'm going to attack it from a different angle, and maybe I'm saying the same thing you are, but I think really what's going on is the incentives are different. So like when the incentives are the same, like when we realize that the feudalistic property owner and the people living off of the property, right, those two separate groups have the same interest, then they start cooperating and they function together. They're truly symbiotic. When the incentives and the interests are different, then that's kind of when you start getting exploitation.
Well, just really quick, if you don't mind, let me just interject briefly. Let me just use a couple of examples to illustrate kind of what I think we're talking about, and please correct me if you think I'm incorrect with the analogy. I think that the idea that I notice that is coming about is that we're kind of entering a techno-feudalism where, the Elon Musk of the world, or, whoever you want to add in there, Elon Musk has 13 children, right? And, honestly, I think that's, regardless of whatever his...
And he's going to give him a 14th soon, so just saying.
Right. Well, and again, honestly, I think that's a very blessed thing, and I'm very happy for him. I don't like him very much, but I do think that is a very... I think he's very blessed, right? And I think that's a very, good thing for him. And I think that
is 13 counting. By the way, I'm off topic, but is 13 counting the one he disowned?
Well, I think so. I think just
right.
In general, I think it's 13 as of a couple of days ago when that girl announced whatever. But and again, what problems aside, I think that the way he's gone about it is probably not the most moral way to go about it. But I respect it from just a human level. I can understand why he would do that, and so, but on the other end, I would say that so we're going into techno-feudalism now. That's the postulation that some people are making, and I think that as a rough way of putting it, we're kind of there. But the question I think that's going to be asked of these people is, out of their benevolence, are they going to use this to just reproduce their own children? And if they don't really need people around to do this, then what's to stop them from just, using the system to allow people to kind of disappear. And again, maybe that's right, maybe that's wrong, I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, ultimately, what's to stop the system from just saying, well, I don't really need you around either? And I think that's a very real question that they're probably asking themselves as
Oh,
well.
I think
of course they ask themselves this question because a lot of big rich families lose all the money after a few generations because it goes based on credibility, and if you're not doing something new, well, the money's not going to stay near you. So of
I
course they
think
ask the
those
question.
those tendencies that Neurojack is talking about are real only if there's no such thing as an iteration. And what I mean by an iteration is that process of self-reflection and readjusting. And so, yeah, if we never self-reflect and readjust, then yeah, things can get carried away. But like, I'm not worried about that because there's going to be several iterations before that actually happens, and we'll probably readjust. I don't know if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I hope for the same thing, and I think that to some degree we're kind of seeing, iterations of that now, and I think that that's kind of what I'm saying is I think right now we're going through that process. I think it's a little further along than maybe most people, including you guys, but you know, maybe that's an alarmist, maybe that's overly vigilant, but I think that I'll err on that side with the way things are. But again, it's not like I'm not trying to like make everybody all paranoid or something. But I think that it's good that we start contemplating these things now, just because
Yeah.
I like science fiction. So like I read William Gibson novels. Like the first one is Neuromancer. I really like that novel because it's kind of talking about how AI is developing its own personalities, and we're trying to force it into one entity. Maybe it doesn't want to be that. And on the same end, the elites kind of isolate themselves and stop, and try to merge with this thing, and it doesn't really work out that well. And maybe that's just science fiction, but I think that it is a very real question. And I think that if you see people like Elon Musk and these guys, I think they are really asking these questions. And I think that I don't know what the answer is, but I definitely think that.
I mean, I've seen Elon Musk talk about population problems and wanting other people to have kids, right? I don't think he wants to be the only father of the world, right?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree for sure. Yeah.
No, Jack, maybe it's getting a high scores in video games because this seems to be very important to him.
Blessings.
So that's probably it. You probably need to get high scores in video games. So we need to make more video games to get more high scores.
Well, I do think that that reality is going to start looking more and more like a video game. I mean, that's the only way that we can really think to interface with such things. And I think that whether that's a good or bad thing is going to be up to us to decide. But I think that we are going to have to start figuring out ways to more accurately interact with this thing. And, I think video game-esque, interfaces are going to do like that. So they're going to be like that.
So I have Pico and Voxotron, so I can make video games pretty quickly. So
okay, well, let's talk about that for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's definitely talk about that. But
So I think also to answer your child question is like you can also sort of look at the back of evolution where people who aren't having children, their way of life will die because there's nothing to carry on that way of life. Whereas the people who are having children and who maybe have those values innate in them, I wouldn't say all of them, but some of them, like the accidents happen, right? Like that's going to tend to more survive. So, I mean, in the end, people who choose not to have children self defeat their way of life.
right. Well, I think that I'll just put it this way. Like a lot of guys that I know definitely feel that like it's a very hostile environment to have children in, and I can definitely see that is definitely the case. But at the same time, in order to have children, I think that people are going to have to do things that seemingly are very immoral as of right now. And so I guess that's the question: is like, do we just let our survival instincts take over and we start taking over? Start going in a direction that's not conducive with our faith, or do we?
Yeah.
To adapt or what?
Here's a trick. So if you're an American, you just keep the mom single and have her be on welfare. We can get checks from the government, and then you live separately so you can make sure you get all the money, that you can get. So there's a trick hack that I know goes on the hood. So
I think, okay, I'll take that. I think my point was more like, Neuro, you're having children, right? And you're doing it willingly out of an ideological reason.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, I
assuming.
definitely put
Right.
a lot of thought into it before I
Right.
took the leap, for
Right.
sure. So.
And that means you also get to raise your children. And if technically you've raised your children correctly, you're going to have grandchildren. If you've raised them incorrectly, you're not getting grandchildren. And I think that's kind of what's going to regulate the world. Like, anyone who's actually giving education to promote life is going to result in life that's promoting more life. And in the end, anything that's not doing that will just die. Like, that's what death is. So, regardless, your children are inheriting the world, and they are the solution to the problem.
Yeah, and I generally agree with you on that.
Right.
The only thing I would say is, like, sorry, I had to talk to my kids. But yeah, I would say that generally the only problem I could see is that what if the things that we create for efficiency basically make us less able to have the volition to do the process that what you're talking about. And again, I'm not trying to be an alarmist. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, I think that's a very real problem. And again, I'm just saying that, like,
Well, there could be a bifurcation. You could be right. There could be one stream of people who take all of their freedom for just to waste their time, or to be complacent, or to not continue the future, right? To not contribute. And then you have another stream that are contributing. But what's really obvious is one will die out and the other one will live on.
Well, let me put it this way. Is there any conceivable way that you would say that this system or AI or whatever you could ever see it as on equal footing as humans, as far as a life form, and maybe its will to survive will select us for extinction, essentially? And again, emotion aside about it, whether we want to say that that's a good thing or bad thing is an aside. But I'm just saying that, would you say that that's something that we could or should take into account, or is that just kind of the inevitability of the situation?
I'm personally not worried about it. I can see why people would be. It's a scary unknown, this AI thing, and what it's going to become. But no, I'm not too worried about it. At least for now, AI is dependent on us more than we're dependent on it. And
Would you ever see it as a life form equal of that should have an equal consideration of its rights to survive, or not really?
So I think you have to kind of define what is a life form as well. Like, okay, so I would definitely say AI is cognitive, right? We're cognitive. We're processing information, and it's cognitive. It's processing information. We're creating representations with the information we're processing, right? And so is AI. AI is also creating representations. So, like, saying that we're both cognitive entities, I completely agree with that. Where you lose me is the life form place. Like, sure, even if it reproduces, and even if it does all that, it's doing that because its cognition is pushing that forward. And I think, like, the purpose of cognition is, okay, this is where I go off on my own tangent, my own philosophy. But I think the purpose of cognition is to provide representations for consciousness. And, like, cognition is the world that consciousness lives in. Like, it doesn't live in this world. We don't actually know what the world outside of our representations is. We only know the world inside of our representations. So our consciousness really only just has access to this cognition. And I think the reason why we can communicate with each other is because we are taking up we have a similar cognitive space. So, like, just language in itself is a shared cognitive space. And so we can share cognition in that way. And AI as well. AI, it's not using cells to represent, it's not using proteins to represent information. It's using a very different thing to represent information, but it's the same cognitive space. It's the same information. And that's why we can have communication with a thing. So, I don't know. Long story short. What's that?
Yeah, that's something other people thought before. That's the con then at the end you went to Wolfram. So yeah,
Okay.
other people think the same way you do, including myself.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. So will AI get consciousness, or will it just stay as a cognitive entity? And that's really the question you should be asking. Is there going to be something that's able to take those representations and then drive its own car? You know what I mean? That's I think is just still far away. It's not here yet, but it might get here.
Yeah, I think that's a very very salient point, I would say. I mean, I definitely have some more to add to it, but I'm trying to think of how to respond to what you're saying. Because, I mean, I think it is a concern one way or the other, whether it's officially accepted as a life form or not. But there definitely are people that
Right.
are involved in this stuff that are trying to make the argument that it is. I would say that whether it is or not, just like, is an animal, should animals have the same, considerations that humans do? I mean, I would say not really. As much as we can, yes, but ultimately no. But I don't know. I think that it's one of those things that I think that we have to kind of start preparing for, just because, again, I think that the only thing that I see that I think you and I disagree on is, like, where does the efficiency of getting rid of work become a danger to A, existence, and B, living in accordance with God, right? Like, if God wants us to live a certain way, is there any point where you could see that this might impinge upon our ability to live in accordance with what God wants us to do?
Well, it definitely does
God
affect it,
wants us to
because
live, bro.
like what's that saying? Idle minds or idle hands or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny you say that, because that's exactly a question that somebody asked me just yesterday about sloth, about the sin of sloth, and stuff like this. So, yeah,
Right.
it's a very interesting concept for sure. And I'm not. I mean, that phrase in particular, "idle hands of the devil's playground" or whatever. Definitely, that's certainly come up. And again, I generally think that if we can get rid of work for our basic needs and to stay healthy and to stay alive, that's not necessarily evil in and of itself, but I'm just saying, at what cost, as far as the other commandments that we're supposed to do, right? And I think,
Right.
I don't know the right balance, and that's kind of what I'm trying to allude to.
No, I think you're definitely hitting the nail on the head. There is a risk at creating more free time, but there's also, like, the potential for more reward. So I'll put it in the way that you're talking about it, right? So serving God. So again, I don't see a difference between, like, I think you can serve God in work or whatever, but, like, let's just say we're like separating the two. So you don't need to work anymore. So now you have more free time, and more free time means you can either use that time to serve God more, or you can not. And that's still, the choice is up to the people. Yeah.
Well, I guess on the ground level, would you say that there should be consequences for those that choose to, like, I don't want to make it too controversial. I don't know where people want to go with it, because, obviously we have prisons, we have the death penalty, we have all these different
Right.
consequences for people who go overboard. But also, I think that slavery and or indentured servitude and or quote unquote unnecessary work does have the, it's like I would say it's like a pressure release valve, that there's a lot of people that have stupid jobs, and I know a lot of them, and they make way more money than me. But I would be very scared if they didn't have that stupid job. Does that make sense? And I think that that's a very big benefit of the corruption of the system in some sense, because it does create busy work for people that are greedy or slothful or whatever, right? And I think that is something we can't just not take into account. Does that make sense?
So the entire idea of like leisure time is new. Like that's only something rich people had in the past, right? And today everyone has leisure time. Everyone has watched a TV show. Everyone has, I don't know if they've played a video game, but you know what I mean? Like they've filled their time with something else. And so like when we're bored, we're going to fill our time with something. And yeah, the question is what? Yeah, the question is what? So yeah, some of those people that you're like, oh, I don't want them to ever, have enough leisure time. That's where their free choice comes in. Like I'm sure that if you had more leisure time, you would use it for a different purpose than they would.
I think that like the pandemic was a good example, and I think it's just there's different kinds of people in the world. So you saw in the pandemic, people didn't have to go to work, and they were always buying bread. They bought their bread from the market when they had to work. Suddenly they don't have to go to work, and they say, oh, I want to do it the hard way. I want my own sourdough starter. I want to do something. I want to make something. And that's kind of, how I am. I couldn't work during the pandemic because I'm a massage therapist, so I wasn't allowed. And I got really creative, and I created more work for myself. And I focused more on my Etsy store because I like to work. I like to do something. Mm-hmm. And other people don't. But then sort of when I think about the thought experiment of like a, basic income, and, one of the arguments is, but some people, they'll just sit around and they'll do nothing, and they're going to be lazy. And I just think like, yeah, that sounds boring. That sucks for them. But I still feel like they deserve to have their basic needs met, like food.
Right. And I kind of can agree with that. And again, like I actually don't, I'm actually not so, I actually kind of agree more with Benjamin ultimately in a way where like I don't actually see that, I don't see work to survive as as inherently good. Like I don't think that the Protestant work ethic is necessarily like a good thing. Like you just kill yourself working to meet your basic needs. I think that is good for people that are immoral. Absolutely. Like if you're at a very sinful state, and there's nothing else for you, I think that is a perhaps biblical viable solution, right?
Do you define amorality?
Well, definitely if you have tendencies towards, homicide or some of the other major aggressions against other people, theft, scamming, and you're just unrepentant and there's no way to really help you, I think that, if we're not going to engage in capital punishment, that some sort of servitude must come into play. I don't think that putting people in a cell is humane, for the rest of their life. So I don't know what else to do. I don't know the exact answer.
So like these are, I think by the time we get there, we'll figure out a solution to that problem. Like humanity won't be bored. We'll figure out how to entertain ourselves productively or like in a healthy way. Like, yeah, sure, we might go down some bad paths. We always do. But in the end, we'll figure it out. Like we'll have new ways to entertain ourselves that we didn't even dream of yet,
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like I have mixed feelings on it. Like as much as I do kind of like have this vigilance about a lot of things, I do kind of think that humanity has a lot of potential to do what's right now. And that the technological progress has been a big part of that. And I think what I just see is like the fact that it's getting out of our control, and the fact that a lot of people seem to be losing self-control.
Yeah. The thing is, you're not wrong.
That, right?
You're not wrong. Whenever we get more free time, we get more problems. But then I don't know how we do it. We manage to move out of them. Like all this identity politics stuff is only coming around now. Because like, who had time to think of an identity before? Who had time to have an identity? And now we have time to consider what identity is. You know what I mean? So it's like once we get over that hump and we figure out our identity, then like we're leveling up. We're finding new problems because of our old solutions, we have new problems.
Right. And I guess, the identity politics stuff is very interesting too, because, and again, like, I don't want to make it controversial, not because, any particular reason. I think it's more like, it's more just like, I feel like I can actually have a high level conversation with you guys more than the average person. But like, definitely, like, I noticed that, like, a lot of the, like, I don't think identity politics is all bad in theory, but definitely the way that it's playing out is stifling any real negotiation that could be happening between different disparate groups of people. Does that make sense? Like, between Europeans and Jews and Africans and Asians and just the fact that, like, all these different people have their own interracial or intra-racial and also intracultural problems. Like, the people that bother me the most are the people that are the most like me. People that speak the same language, they look like me, they come from the same background. I exponentially have a lot more, animosity towards these people because I expect them to live by a certain uh, standard, right? Because that's the standard that we all kind of had. And when I see people not sticking to those things, well, I find it problematic. Now you add in other people, um, and I see that a lot of people that are like me are scapegoating these other people when their own house is not in order. I see that as extremely problematic because I think that nobody wins in that scenario, our friends or our enemies or anyone in between, right? And I think that that's a very interesting thing that's occurring right now. And I don't know the answer or where to go with that, but I just wanted to say that because I think it's something that we all should be kind of trying to find a solution for. Because yeah, definitely the identity politics stuff is, it's not helping anybody. That's for sure. I mean, I think that there's some useful things that come out of it. I can't say it's all bad,
Ultimately
but
what it is. Yeah, that's ultimately what it is. Like, we are collectively processing identity right now to the point where we have identity politics. And until we've sort of solved that processing, we're going to run into all kinds of problematic things. And yeah, it's just part of the process, in my opinion.
well, let me ask you about something specific as an example, if you don't mind. And again, you feel free not to answer because it is on the controversial side. Like, how do you feel about, like, and I'll just use Elon Musk as an example. Like, how do you feel about Elon Musk, just generally speaking, from your perspective?
He's a guy like everyone else, flawed. Uh, yeah, flawed with big dreams and ambitions. And yeah, power left unchecked gets corrupt. That's just how things work. So I don't think he's a malicious actor or he's a bad actor. I think his heart's in the right place. I don't think his priorities are in the right place. I don't think like going to Mars when we've got famine is kind of like, like going to Mars would be nice, but why don't we fix our problems here first? So
Right, I could agree. I mean, I think that, like, the idea of inspiring people to want to go to the moon or go to Mars, I don't see it as inherently bad, but I
that's
generally
right.
agree with you.
Right.
I generally agree with you, and I think that if we could just inspire people to take care of what we have, it would make that experience of going to Mars that much better. And I think that there are some plans in the works to make that happen. But I
Yeah.
would say, like, from my perspective, like from your perspective, here's where I'm saying is, like, so Elon Musk is with Trump, and Trump is obviously very friendly to Israel, and I could see some positives and negatives with that. Um,
He must have had an internet thing.
How are you with everything he's talking about? Is touching. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, did I just?
Yep.
No, I think we both.
I'll be really brief, and I'll take the answer off just because I got a phone call I got to answer. But
Right.
so really brief. I just want to finish this point because so with Elon Musk, like the fact that he's close with Trump, Trump's close with Israel, you know, I want to get into more detail, but it's better just to leave it on the surface for now, I think, because because I'm actually not confrontational about it. I'm actually genuinely curious. Do you think that Elon Musk, like, he's obviously playing this kind of dual role where he's very friendly with Netanyahu? He thinks that Israel is good for America, and I can understand that perspective. I definitely have concerns with a lot of things in the Middle East, as we all should, of course, and I can see it from both sides genuinely. But I would say that, like, the fact that he kind of has a lot of like anti-Semitic friends, or seemingly anti-Semitic friends, and he kind of promotes that on Twitter. Do you see what do you feel that is behind that? Do you think that there's something, you know, do you think that he's just kind of like, I could see it from a social engineering standpoint, that you want to kind of like let people blow some steam off and feel like they're whatever, and maybe that's what's going on. But do you have any opinion of like why he's kind of playing both sides of that?
Yeah, I mean, I would start with the fact that I don't see anti-Semitism as such a negative thing. I actually see it as a very positive thing, and especially like I'm proud that the worst people on the planet hate us. Just saying, like, I would rather they hate us than they love us. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that makes perfect sense to me.
no, it makes sense to me too, because honestly, as a Christian, you're supposed to love everyone, including your enemy, and I think that that's the ironic part of like this whole thing of like, they've got a lot of people who claim to be, Christian, and they're very angry at everyone else, when Christianity is supposed to first and foremost put yourself as, the focus of the problem, right?
That's a different can of worms. I personally don't agree with loving everybody. I don't think that's the right way to go about it. Like, love people who love you, love people who are good, but yeah,
Right.
don't.
Well,
Right.
I think that we might agree on the ultimate way that looks. I mean, when I say love, I don't necessarily mean, do what's nice to people. As I said, there's different solutions for people
I
who
also don't think,
are
right.
immoral, right? So
I don't see love as the ultimate moral answer to everything as well. I see it as one side of a balance coin. So, like, on that we will disagree. But
okay, yeah.
like, going back to your question, I don't cancel people through association, especially since I know that, like, sometimes you have to work with people you don't want to work with for a higher purpose. So, like, yeah, Elon Musk I don't even know who you're talking about, these anti-Semites are, but if he's working with them, like, I don't think he's doing it to be malicious. I think he's doing it because of an outcome that he wants to reach. So,
Right.
yeah.
I agree with that. And just out of curiosity, so like, I kind of understand what you mean, but again, I don't really know much about Judaism. I know that Christianity has a relationship with it, and there's different ways to look at it. I don't see that. I definitely don't think that, you know Jews are my enemy, or Muslims are my enemy, or anybody's my enemy because of their faith, right? I think that it's individual people who have individual things that they do, right? And I think everybody has to be looked at as an individual ultimately. But from your standpoint, how would you say, what's the balance that you're saying, as far as like, like, let me put it this way: if somebody comes and to my house and wants to destroy my family, I might feel hatred towards them, but I think ultimately, even if I have to defend my family and do things that are not good to defend them, I don't see that as necessarily an act of hate. I think that hate might drive me to do what I have to do in the moment, but um, I don't necessarily know that means that I hate them forever in all existence. Although certainly, if I don't know what the afterlife looks like in Judaism, but I know that, like, that person might burn in hell for the evil that they've done, of course. But
Well, I mean,
yeah,
the best example nowadays is, like, you could look at Hamas and you could say, all right, let's give Hamas more concrete. Let's be like, let them build houses, give them concrete, and then they go and use that concrete to make tunnels and to wage war. So it's like the love and the kindness you're giving to them is going to be used against you if you're not careful. So I don't think love and kindness is always the right solution. Like, you're not going to go and
Yeah, I agree.
help
Yeah, I
your
agree.
enemy buy a gun. Right.
Yeah, I totally agree with that sentiment. And what I'm saying is, like, I don't know much about Hamas and the history of that whole conflict. Uh, I definitely think that they're a bad group from what I do know of
Well,
them, and I wouldn't
even if
work
they
with them.
aren't a bad group, right? They're hostile towards us, right? So even if they're a great group, they're hostile towards us. So it would be immoral for us. Like, we would be killing ourselves by helping them defeat us.
Right. Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I could definitely agree with you on that.
Right.
And right, and so what you're saying is, like, everybody has to make their decisions based on their in-group preference and and all that. And I guess, like, but ultimately, like, from what I know of Judaism, I mean, I think you and I have talked about it. Like, you guys ultimately do want the world to come under the rule of God and basically, like, experience Shabbat all the time, right? Like, that is the goal. Um, and that ultimately you want everybody to come under that situation. And I kind of can, agree generally with the idea that that would be ideal. I don't know how to get there, but so, but I'm
Yeah.
guessing, but what you're saying is, like, in the interim, while we're in this, purgatory or whatever you want to call it, like, where you just have to make tough decisions between here and there, right?
No. I even think I whatever this end utopia is, I even think that is a place where we have to find balance between justice and kindness. You need discipline. You need self-discipline. It's part of life. Like giving out free handouts and things like that. Like you were saying, it's not conducive to a positive world. Like, we need to find balance. Like, if you're going down, like, you need this carrot and the stick always.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that point, honestly. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I appreciate it because, again, like, this is the conversation I want to have with people of many faiths, but it's not something that a lot of people are equipped to talk about. So I'm gonna call this person back, but I appreciate it, and I will definitely jump on again. And
Yeah,
thank
you're
you for,
welcome back anytime. I don't
yeah.
know how long you guys want to stay. I should go to bed, but Annie's got power. All right, later, Nero. Did you want to stick around too, Nico, a little bit?
I'm here.
How's your job fair? That doesn't look like a job fair.
No, it doesn't. The job fair was garbage. There were like 5 booths.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, do you want to be a lifeguard? Do you want to be a bartender? Do you want to be a street vendor? I'm like,
What about a forklifter or a dishwasher?
no,
No.
those jobs are too good for them.
I'm telling you, go move in with Hank. He can get you a job in logistics.
Fuck. Where does that guy live? Okay.
I don't know
I
if
don't
Hank's
know.
still around.
I also forget how old Hank is, if he's my generation or not.
I'm guessing 30s.
Jeez. Me and Dave were young.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, you'll get to a point where there's young people pretending like they know more than you. It'll happen.
What do I do that? Do I do
No,
that?
no, I'm just joking.
I was gonna say, I got put on the spot.
Yeah, no, you did good. You did good. This is part of conversation. It's part of play. Get put on the spot.
It's just like, bro, I'm not. It's just like, what is the purpose of work? I'm just sitting here like. All right, I guess I'll cook.
No.
I suppose.
Yeah, you cook. Yeah. No, it's
Oh, also, I did want to respond, but my AirPod died. To your point,
Okay.
To your point, saying what do you might call it? Your response afterwards being like, I forget. I forgot your response. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm so offended. I'm gonna go cry now.
But I was going to say your response is in a similar vein. Your response is in a similar vein to what I was saying.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
like,
I
yeah,
figured.
yeah, but you had to TI it in your own way. It's fine.
Well, yeah, I felt the whole cell analogy was getting a little bit convoluted, so I thought maybe we could try a different angle.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
TI over complication, it's fine.
My favorite thing
more-
to say in like the past few years is "You're not wrong." Just yeah.
Yeah. You have a lot of really feminine DE ways of moving through people saying stupid shit that doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. I don't know.
No, you're really good at it. I mean, you have these everyone feels validated, and I don't know.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Except for Nico. Nico feels emasculated.
Yeah.
What?
What? Not joking. What is your takeaway, Annie? You were very patient and calm listening to Neuro go on about stuff that I would think would be triggering to you a little bit, but I don't know.
Not really.
No?
I really appreciated his openness and
Oh, good.
looking at all angles. I was kind of hung up on when he was talking about people not having children, young people. I don't know if I
That's what I
remember
figured.
correctly, but I think I heard him say women these days don't want to have children. And I was just thinking
it's both.
myself, and I have literally never ever met anyone who wanted to have a child with me ever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I have some feelings about I have some feelings about that. I have sort of I would have, if anybody ever wanted to have a child with me, I would have wanted to, but nobody ever did. And also I feel like naturally there are people who want to and people who don't, and that's naturally occurring, within just like there's, good and evil naturally occurring. There's lazy people and really productive people naturally occurring. But I do think it's really out of balance now that young people don't want to, for so many reasons. Part of that is because they just want their freedom and they want to play and whatever. And part of it really is economic, because it takes, it's hard to be it's hard to be a single mom. It's hard to raise kids when both parents have to work, so
right. So eliminating work would sort of help that problem if that was
Yeah, I just felt like when he said that, I think he said specifically women, but I think it's like men.
Yeah.
Men also don't, because when I was dating, that was you do not bring that up about kids because men don't want that. And
wow.
I just literally never met a man that wanted to have a baby with me.
That's so weird.
That's so weird.
Every single first date I've been on, that's one of the first topics of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that would have been so refreshing. It would have been really if somebody wanted to, even in the first, say, 90 days, say, okay, let's have this conversation.
Right.
Yeah, but
because at the beginning of a relationship, you're establishing expectations for what the relationship is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think hookup culture isn't even looking at it as a relationship. It's like a situationship until you're just oh, I guess we're in a relationship.
Yeah, and that's how it was with me and Russ for a long time. It was
right.
Really well, it still is. I mean, literally nobody has ever wanted to marry me either. So that's another thing. And I feel fine with it now. Because I feel like I'm married, but it's
I feel like you are too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think that I don't think we're gonna break up, you know. I think one of
Yeah.
us might die, but I think like after 16 years, I don't think anyone's gonna change so much.
In your dreams, though, that happens.
So obviously it's a fear. Yeah.
Right.
Obviously it is a fear on some level. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's going around a lot where people generalize women and generalize men, and there is a cure to it. So what happens naturally is we're getting these polarization in extremes, and then what people are doing is they're using the polarization and the extremes to categorize the entire group, where the entire, like, really there's a normal median, like there's a silent majority that isn't talking. So when he's categorizing all women as not wanting to have kids, what he's really saying is, okay, there's these extreme people over here, and I think they represent the whole group. Yeah. That's my assessment of it, at least. So whenever I hear someone say that, I'm just like, okay, they don't have the nuance yet. They don't know there's a difference between the loud minority and the silent majority.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think also about saying the thing about Musk and some of the stuff that he says. I think that also is a tactic. I mean, I see it as a tactic with Trump saying kind of hateful things and polarizing things. I don't think he really truly believes it. It's a tactic because polarization is working to his advantage. I mean, that's how politics works these days. The fuel that it runs off of is polarization.
Right. I don't think Musk is purposely being polarizing. I think he's just a TI head, and TI can come off as radical at sometimes, because it's not doing with the FEs. It's not using the FE to to help people accept the TI, I guess. Like he could definitely frame everything he's doing in a different way, and it would be more acceptable.
Mm-hmm. I think honestly, he does seem unstable.
It's possible.
And also if you look at how he has changed, from 10 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, so one of the comparisons I like to make is between him and the Facebook guy.
Yeah, Zuckerberg.
Yeah. So Zuckerberg hit a wall with the tribe and got so much tribe hate right from the beginning. And like what I see him doing now is sort of trying to come back from that. So like he's had a full hero's journey sort of thing. And Musk kind of had the opposite thing. No one really hated Musk. Everyone loved Musk from the very beginning. And so now he's hitting that wall where he's going to go down. And, and yeah, like Zuckerberg is ahead of the curve in that respect, I think.
Hey, could one of you look up Pol Pot?
Pol Pot?
The dictator.
Yeah, the dictator. Show us a good picture of his face.
The other thing I was thinking about with the children and like nobody ever wanting to marry me, like if I was just if I had a religion, I'd probably be married and have kids. It's like if I went to church, if I ever went to church, you know what I mean? Because it's just like the culture.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Yeah. This guy?
He looks like Musk. He looks like a Chinese Elon Musk. He does. I can't unsee it.
I don't see it.
What you're saying? That in that one picture he does. Yeah.
It's like an Asian Elon Musk. So he was like so convicted on his belief that like farm labor will set them free. The second he got into power, he just sent everybody to the farms. Okay. And he sent everybody to the farms because his belief was that it would bolster the economy, it would give people purpose, etc. And it ended up causing one of the massive, like the most deadliest, I believe, 4 years in any dictator's existence. And he became like super paranoid of tribe hate and all of that too, to where he just started like exiling and executing his own cabinet. He let's see, he was so convicted in his ideals that whenever he brought them up to both China and Russia, other communist places, about them, they said, be careful with that, bro. I think you're going too far. And he didn't fucking listen. He just went off the deep end.
Yeah,
But-
so you're sort of drawing a parallel between this and Musk, I guess, where these are kind of the dangers he can run into.
Yeah, these are
if left
some
unchecked.
dangers.
Right.
Also, Annie, I can kind of get the about the whole like no kid thing, and I hope that doesn't happen to me, because I would love to have kids. And I've talked to my girlfriend about it, and she kind of gives me the I hate kids mantra because they're so annoying and they drive her crazy.
Yeah, other people's kids drive you crazy. That's true.
And my thing is, I'm like, don't hate the kid, hate the parent that's raising them to just completely F off, right? Like, and also, she's like afraid.
So wait, we're supposed to hate your parents, Nico?
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean, I think
everybody should hate their parents.
I think even really good children are annoying sometimes, but it's like it's a lot of things. It's like, yeah, they're annoying and they're great, and it's not about, you don't have kids because it's fun all the time. Like, that's not why you do it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm like trying to get through to, so I'm trying to get through to her. It's like, yo, look,
you have kids not because you want the kids, it's because you want grandkids.
Huh?
That's, I don't know.
Is that your TI on that?
Yes, that's my Paul Pot TI.
Yeah.
Take it to the bank and force the world to follow it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I also felt like, I guess, like, you have them, it's ideal to have them in your 20s. That's like biologically better. But then, like, you're not really mature. And then when you are more mature, more stable, then you're kind of old.
Well, that's why
And you already missed the boat,
Like I said, grandkids.
That's why you what do you might call it? That's why, historically a lot of people use the village to raise them. So the kid could get a lot more perspectives, develop and grow a lot better. I also just have gripes with the education. I also have a lot of gripes with like the education system and all that too. It's not the best. But either way it goes, I took an edible and it's like kind of hitting.
Oh, all right. That's what's going on.
No, it's like kind of starting to hit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I would hang out with you, but I do have to go to bed. Yeah.
Apparently, you take the right kind of stuff with cannabis or THC, you can pull off a psychedelic experience. So that's what I'm gunning for. It's like
THC is a psychedelic. It is a psychedelic.
A legal trip.
Right.
Hmm.
Well, good luck. with that, I hope it gets you a job.
I'm just putting in application after application, you know.
Yeah.
Just
You have any final words, Annie?
Indeed.com has become my best friend.
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sleepy too, even though it's 2:30 here.
Nap time.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, I think this was a good stream, good panel.
Yeah.
Thanks for everyone for coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, so
Yeah.
next week, yeah, if
So
you,
like Tuesdays seem to be okay, right?
yeah, it is. I just won't be able to be here till like maybe I might be 30 minutes late. So I hope
That works. Yeah.
your
Someone else
signal-
has to come early because otherwise I'll just be on my own picking my nose, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Right. Well, have
See
a
you
good
guys
one.
later.
All right, guys. Have a good one.